House Speaker Mike Johnson said he's thinking about having lawmakers return to the Capitol after the funding deadline, which would force Democrats to reconsider the House measure or trigger a shutdown. A Democratic congressional candidate says she was tossed to the ground by ICE agents during a protest in Illinois. Jim Forbes has more.
The incident happened Friday during a protest outside an ICE facility in suburban Chicago. Congressional candidate Kat Abugazela was captured on video getting pushed to the ground. Abugazela says she was trying to help another protester when an agent lifted her up and threw her down. ICE agents also used tear gas and shot pepper balls at the crowd. At least 2 people were arrested during the clash.
You're listening to the latest on NBC News Radio.
You work hard to provide a better life for your family. The only problem is that you now have a tax bill that you can't afford to pay. The IRS is now threatening to garnish your wages and put a levy on your bank account. You can't ignore the IRS. They won't go away on their own. You need help, and you need it now. Give us a call now, and we'll create a plan of action for you that we guarantee will work. Stop the harassing phone calls. Stop the threatening letters. Stop wage garnishments. Stop any bank levies. And most importantly, put an end to your tax nightmare once and for all. If you have a tax debt of $10,000 or more, call the Tax Pros at United Tax Fix today. Representatives are standing by to assist you. Call 800-762-2768. That's 800-762-2768. 800-762-2768. Call now.
A Bronx man is accused of stabbing his nurse girlfriend to death and then trying to cover it up. Sarah Lee Kessler has details.
44-year-old Frank Batalis is charged with murdering 30-year-old Antonella Contreras Linares, a nurse at Mount Sinai Morningside in Manhattan. Police say Batalis stabbed Linares multiple times in her car Wednesday night in Pelham Bay Park and then concocted a cover-up story. He claimed they were attacked by moped-riding.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
When Ferguson was referring to a letter from the State Department of Education that warns teachers who may celebrate the assassination of Charlie Kirk online.
I'm thinking unless you as a parent or you as a teacher feel bad because I as a teacher don't miss a racist bigot at that, I don't see how you're going to be at risk of losing your teaching certificate.
Ferguson admitted that he wasn't aware of the Turning Point USA founder until his assassination. There are calls for him to step down, but Ferguson says he won't do that. An investigation is underway in Wisconsin after 6 children were found locked inside a Milwaukee storage unit. Authorities responded earlier this week to a report of a child crying inside the unit. Children ages 2 months to 9 years were found in the unit. The suspects, 35-year-old Charles DuPriest and 26-year-old Azia Zielinski, were arrested and face several charges, including multiple counts of child neglect. Taylor Swift's new album will be heading to theaters. Taylor Swift, the official release party of a showgirl, will be on thousands of screens starting October 3rd, the same day her album, The Life of a Showgirl, hits theaters. The screenings will be like one of Swift's secret sessions for her album events. The film will only be in theaters that weekend, with the last showings taking place October 5th. Lisa Taylor, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. A UK professor has been put on administrative leave after an inappropriate comment he made following the death of Charlie Kirk. Bradley Van Hook is an employee at UK who commented on the WKYT social media post of Kirk's death. In that comment, Van Hook quoted civil rights activist Clarence Darrow, saying, quote, "I've never wished a man dead, but I have read some obituaries with great satisfaction." A spokesperson for UK said that Van Hook's comment was, quote, "cruel and wrong," and the Herald Leader reported that he had been put on paid administrative leave. Kentuckians are asked to share their opinion on the future of preservation across the Commonwealth by answering questions on a public survey. You can find that survey online, where your answers will then help shape the 2028 to 2038 statewide historic preservation plan. The plan in turn will set the vision and direction for preserving the state's unique heritage. You can find the survey online at heritage.ky.gov. I'm Joe Mathis.
Hey, this is Dave Ramsey, host of The Dave Ramsey Show, where life happens every day.
Here's an idea. If you want to get ahead while you're at work, work. Work like you own the place. Work like you mean it. Be creative. Be passionate. Love the customer. Love the internal employee that's working with you. Praise the boss who gave you a job that allows you to feed your family.
It all happens right here on The Dave Ramsey Show.
Hear The Dave Ramsey Show every Sunday morning and Sunday night on WHIR AM 1230.
Hi, this is Fred Sizemore with Stuart Powell Ford Mazda, inviting you to our annual cruise-in on Saturday, September the 20th, 11 to 2 at the showroom on Lebanon Road. Cars, great food, door prizes, and a live DJ. Fun for the whole family. Admission is free, and all proceeds go to Pioneer Vocational Services right here in Danville. Don't miss it. Saturday, September 20th, 11 to 2 at the showroom on Lebanon Road, where cars and community come together.
Looking for something more from your personal checking account? Then one of our new Community Trust Advantage checking accounts might be right for you. Our Advantage checking accounts offer great features such as ID Protect, roadside assistance, cell phone protection, travel and leisure discounts, and shopping rewards, which makes it easier for you to save money on everyday purchases. Learn more at ctbi.com. Get more out of your checking. Open an account today. Our friendly, professional staff at one of our many branches will be happy to assist you.
Community Trust Bank. Building communities built on trust. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Goldie Goldsmith McNary, inviting you to join me each week for What's Happening Goldie, a talk show that features interesting people about interesting things. We'll learn how to stay healthy and keep fit, and we'll explore the world of entertainment. So join me for What's Happening Goldie.
What's Happening Goldie every Wednesday at 10:05 a.m. and Saturday at 8:30 a.m. on WHBN 1420 a.m. and 99.5 FM.
My baby makes me smile. Lord, don't you make me smile. She's never far away or too tired to say, I want you. She's always a lady, just like a lady should be. But when they turn out the lights, she's still a baby to me. 'Cause when we get behind closed doors, then she lets her hair hang down, and she makes me glad that I'm a man. Oh, no one knows what goes on behind closed doors. Behind closed doors.
Charlie Rich, good morning. It's Mike Tyler getting into another great hour of country music as you and I hang out on the weekend. Good stuff coming up. Glenn Campbell's on the way. Also got the Judds. We'll get to some Alan Jackson, too. Right now, some Ed Bruce.
My first taste of Texas had blue eyes and golden hair beneath the Tennessee silver moon. We found a feeling we could share, and age made no difference. I'd been around and she was young, but my first taste of Texas still lingers in my heart and on my tongue. Her gentle heart was broken in a way a tender lady shouldn't have to know, and mine was somewhere in between, something I should hold on to or let go. Her talking blue eyes told me the story of the love she failed to find. And without conversation, I suppose the lines on my face told her mine. My first taste of Texas had blue eyes and golden hair. Beneath the Tennessee silver moon, we found a feeling we could share. And age made no difference. I'd been around and she was young. And my first taste of Texas still lingers in my heart and on my tongue. 'Cause we're not done. We've only just begun. Begun to love. Now the two of us are one, and age made no difference. We're still around and love's still young. And my first taste of Texas still lingers in my heart and on my tongue. Texas had blue eyes and golden hair. Beneath the Tennessee silver moon, we found a feeling we could share. And ages made no difference. We're still around and love's still young. And my first taste of Texas still lingers in my heart and on my tongue.
Whether you've got a tear in your beer,
there's a tear in my beer,
or you've got Tennessee in your whiskey,
you're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey.
country music's always got you covered.
It's knowing that your door is always open and your path is free to walk. That makes me tend to leave my sleeping bag rolled up and stashed behind your couch. And it's knowing I'm not shackled by forgotten words and bonds and the ink stains that are dried upon some line. That keeps you in the back roads by the rivers of my memory. It keeps you ever gentle on my mind. It's not clinging to the rocks and ivy planted on their columns now that bind me, or something that somebody said because they thought we fit together walking. It's just knowing that the world will not be cursing or forgiving when I walk.
Country and more. WHBN.
I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Let's catch you up on a busy sports weekend here in the Commonwealth. Entering the weekend, just 2 games outside a postseason spot. The Reds resumed their series against the Cubs last night.
Slap to left center. Crow Armstrong going back. Leaps at the wall. And gone.
Spencer Steer homered twice as the Reds get past the Cubs 7-4. They're now 2 games back of the wild card. It was a big night of high school football across the Bluegrass States, with teams really kind of creating separation, to be honest. 1 game canceled, though, because of lightning. At Fort Campbell, it was the Falcons dominating Todd County Central 41-0 before that game was called in the 4th quarter. In other action around the state in 1A, Campbellsville got by Hazard 21-18. Belfry crushed Pikeville 41-3 in 2A, while LCA beat Lexington Catholic in their edition of the Holy War War 28-21. Cove Cath rolled up Beechwood 42-14. Owensboro Catholic topped Bardstown 56-30. Christian Academy ran the clock on Central Hardin 55-6, while Bell County steamrolled Whitley County 40-6. And Freddie D. Frederick Douglass beat Corbin 28-7. Finally, in a battle of heavyweights, Trinity shutting out Mail 46-0. And in college football, Western Kentucky is back home today. It's parent and family weekend on the Hill as the Hilltoppers take on Nevada. The Tops are 2-0 at home this year. And the Louisville Cardinals are back in action as they take on Bowling Green, while Kentucky is on their bye before going to South Carolina next week. And in arguably college sports' hottest sport, really outside of football and basketball, college volleyball teams are back at it following their big win over third-ranked Louisville. Sixth-ranked Kentucky wraps up non-conference play today. They're in Lexington taking on the Washington Huskies. The Cards look to bounce back Monday when they host Western Kentucky. Speaking of the Tops, they had a dominant night. They swept both Bradley and 23rd-ranked Indiana in straight sets at EA Diddle Arena as part of the Alyssa Kavanaugh Classic. Freshman Kiara Knox led the Tops with 33 kills on the day. They'll wrap things up today against Austin Peay, while Indiana looks to bounce back against Bradley. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Make this Christmas unforgettable with Trans-Siberian Orchestra, live in concert, presenting The Ghosts of Christmas Eve, the best of TSO and more. A fusion of rock and classical with a heartwarming Christmas tale. December 10th, Rupp Arena. Reserve seats on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, live in concert.
You work hard to provide a better life for your family. The only problem is that you now have a tax bill that you can't afford to pay. The IRS is now threatening to garnish your wages and put a levy on your bank account. You can't ignore the IRS. They won't go away on their own. You need help, and you need it now. Call the Tax Pros at United Tax Fix today. Call 800-762-2768. That's 800-762-2768.
The Wilderness Trail Distillery Charity Chili Cook-Off is back. This is the event for chili lovers. Come sample all the team's chili recipes, vying to be named the area's best, and vote for your favorite. This is a family-friendly event with free face painting, pumpkin decorating, a visit from the Boyle County Library Bookmobile, and music by DJ Double M. All proceeds benefit the Danville Kiwanis local children and seniors programs. The unlimited tasting tickets are just $10. The Chili Cook-Off is this Saturday from 11:30 to 2, with winners announced at 2:30. Unlimited tasting tickets are available now at Wilderness Trail Distillery or at the Cook-Off. See you at Wilderness Trail Distillery for chili and fun this Saturday in Danville, Lebanon Road.
Danville's deal maker, Bob Allen.
Sign and drive at Bob Allen Chevrolet. Lease a new 26 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 LT for only $419 per month for 36 months. 0 down, 10,000 lease miles per year, all payments plus tax. Stock M26048. Together, let's drive in Danville or shop online anytime at BobAllenMotorMall.com.
My name is Chase Harrington, and I'm from Nicholsville, Kentucky. I've been singing for about 7 years. When I got into performance, I came to Studio G. I've been learning how to look good on stage, how to bring out my voice more in the songs that I sing, how to get confidence. I hear an immense difference in my voice compared to when I started coming here.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G. The G stands for growth.
Stay in the know with NBC News, Kentucky Network News, and local news here on FM 99.5 and AM 1420. WHBN, The Rooster.
It's 7:20.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
And good morning to you. Hope you're having a great day so far. I have your WHBN weather forecast. As soon as my computer cooperates, that is. There we go. It's finally woken up. Looks like we're going to have sun and clouds mixed 91. Tonight, a few passing clouds, otherwise generally clear with a low of 64. Tomorrow, Sunday, will be partly cloudy. Intervals of clouds and sunshine. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible, 25% chance, high of 87. Sunday night, considerable clouds early, some decrease in clouds late, low of 66. Monday, you're going to have a 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 83. Tuesday, 60% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 80. Wednesday, 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 75. Thursday, you've got a 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 78. And Friday, a 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 77. So, some much-needed rain next week, we hope. We currently are showing 63 degrees out there this morning. I hope you're having a great day. Don't forget about the Wilderness Trace Distillery having the chili cook-off today. The only time you'll have to pay for a ticket is if you want to go and do unlimited tasting of the chili. So they have some other events going on out there. They got some things that don't cost you anything. There's some things that, of course, do cost you something. So it just depends on what it is you want to do. If you have a birthday or anniversary, give me a call at the station, 859-734-4321, and we'll get you on the DQ birthday list that Radio Rick uses each and every Friday to give away a DQ birthday cake. Be sure you give us your phone number, too, so we can call you if you win. Got some music coming your way, statewide and local news for you at the bottom of the hour, so stick with me right here on WHBN.
When you're away from your radio, listen to WHBN online at hometownlive.net.
Ouch! Yeah, baby. Shake it, shake it. Baby, I was love struck when your heels hit the floor. You turned around the other way. I loved you even more. My eyes are stuck on you, babe. Who said that love was blind? And Cupid started knocking on the back door of my mind. Oh, baby, you were built for blue jeans. Yeah. Oh, baby, you were built for blue jeans. Perfect pair of legs, baby, yeah, you got them. Stretching from your boots, yeah, from top to bottom. Perfection on 2 feet in those bootylicious denims. It rocks my world to watch you shaking in them. Oh, baby, you were built for blue jeans. Oh, baby, you were built for blue jeans. Shake it, baby. Baby, that's somebody you got poured into those pants. Can't put two thoughts together while I watch the way you dance. My heart's in palpitations, my knees are going weak. When I watch you shake your booty, I can barely speak. Oh, baby, you were built for blue jeans. Oh, baby, you were built for blue jeans. You're all the angel that I'll ever need. I'm lost in heaven when you're next to me. Oh, shake it, baby. Oh, shake it, baby. Oh, baby, you were built for blue jeans. Oh, baby, you were built for blue jeans. I'm so glad you got 'em. Looking good on your bottom. Baby, you were built for blue jeans. Built for blue jeans.
thumb my way from L.A. back to Knoxville. I found out those bright lights ain't where I belong. From a phone booth in the rain, I called to tell her I've had a change of dreams, I'm coming home. But tears filled my eyes when I found out she was gone. Smoky Mountain rain keeps on falling. I keep on calling her name. Smoky Mountain rain, I'll keep on searching. I can't go on hurting this way. She's somewhere in the Smoky Mountain rain. I waved a diesel down outside a cafe. He said that he was going as far as Gatlinburg. Oh, I climbed up in the cab all wet and cold and lonely. I wiped my eyes and told him about her. I've got to find her. Can you make these big wheels burn? Smoky Mountain rain keeps on.
Ahoy, treasure hunters! It's time for adventure at B&L Jewelers Pirates event, now through September 27th. Step aboard and grab a key. Ye may be the lucky one to unlock our treasure chest filled with sparkling prizes and hidden jewels. Bring the whole crew for fun, excitement, and a chance to discover riches beyond the sea. But hurry, me hearties, this treasure sails away after September 27th. Join us at B&L Jewelers, where X marks the spot for sparkle. Danville Manor Shopping Center. Ahoy, treasure hunters! It's time for adventure at B&L Jewelers Pirates event, now through September 27th. Step aboard and grab a key. Ye may be the lucky one to unlock our treasure chest filled with sparkling prizes and hidden jewels. Bring the whole crew for fun, excitement, and a chance to discover riches beyond the sea. But hurry, me hearties, this treasure sails away after September 27th. Join us at B&L Jewelers, where X marks the spot for sparkle. Danville Manor Shopping Center.
Pioneer Pawn Shop is Harrodsburg's answer in getting cash fast. See how much cash you can get for your items, whether it's silver, gold, or anything of value. Looking to sell or to get a loan? Pioneer Pawn has the cash for you. When getting a loan, there's no stress. Pioneer Pawn works with you. Top dollar loans. Pioneer Pawn Shop is Harrodsburg's answer in getting cash fast. Visit Pioneer Pawn in Harrodsburg on North College Street, next to Dr. Jennifer Nichols' dentistry office. Come by when you need cash fast at Pioneer Pawn Shop.
What does lime do to a farmer's field? Lime provides calcium and magnesium essential elements. Calcium helps plants build cell walls, aids in early root growth, improves plant vigor, and encourages seed production. Mercer Stone specializes in the production and distribution of high-quality lime. And right now, their fall special for high-quality lime is just $7 a ton. That's right, $7 a ton. They're also a supplier of crushed stone. Call them or visit them on Bergen Road in Harrodsburg. At Mercer Stone, we will rock you.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
A mother and her teenage daughter were found dead in their Rowan County home, and a suspect is in custody. Kentucky State Police say 37-year-old Kayla Blake and 13-year-old Kennedy McWhorter were discovered during a welfare check on Spring Street in Moorhead. Troopers arrested 44-year-old Joshua Cottrell, charged with 2 counts of murder and tampering with evidence. He's held in McCracken County. Cottrell previously served time for manslaughter. In Lexington, police arrested 24-year-old Jonte Mattingly in a bus stop shooting that left a man critically wounded. Mattingly was on probation and wearing an ankle monitor. He's charged with assault and possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, with additional counts of wanton endangerment, criminal mischief, and tampering. His bond totals $85,000. A preliminary hearing is set for September 29th. Police haven't said whether another suspect is in custody. Muhlenberg County, a joint task force arrested 59-year-old Michael S. Wells after a Wednesday search. Deputies say they seized meth, marijuana, and several guns. Wells was booked into the county jail on charges of trafficking meth and marijuana, possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, and drug paraphernalia. And in Mason County, day 5 of the manhunt for 48-year-old Jerry Lee Cooper, the Brown County, Ohio inmate who escaped on Monday. Deputies believe he's contained in dense woods between Tuckahoe Road and Lees Creek Road near Dover and say he's armed with a rifle. A trail camera spotted him near Lees Creek. Troopers say Cooper and another inmate crossed the Ohio River by boat. The other, Roy Gene Butler, was caught on Tuesday. If you see Cooper, don't approach. Call 911. I'm Travis Laird.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard. Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code Brooks95. That's BRUX95. Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
It's time for the news, all about your neighbors and probably about you. It's your local news, presented by
First Financial Bank.
Monday through Saturday.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. A UK professor has been put on administrative leave after an inappropriate comment he made following the death of Charlie Kirk. Bradley Van Hook is an employee at UK who commented on the WKYT social media post of Kirk's death. In that comment, Van Hook quoted civil rights activist Clarence Darrow, saying, quote, "I've never wished a man dead, but I have read some obituaries with great satisfaction." A spokesperson for UK said that Van Hook's comment was, quote, "cruel and wrong," and the Herald Leader reported that he had been put on paid administrative leave. Kentuckians are asked to share their opinion on the future of preservation across the Commonwealth by answering questions in a public survey. You can find that survey online, where your answers will then help shape the 2028 to 2038 statewide historic preservation plan. The plan in turn will set the vision and direction for preserving the state's unique heritage. You can find the survey online at heritage.ky.gov. I'm Joe Mathis.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
Here are the obituaries. Lana Lou Lester Yates, age 66 of Harrodsburg, died Tuesday. She was the wife of Joey Leonard Yates. Visitation is Sunday from 5 until 8 and Monday from 10, and the time of the service at 11 o'clock at Sims Funeral Services. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
That's the news for today, presented by
First Financial Bank.
Childs and College in Harrodsburg.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
Come on, rain, pour on down. Flood that runway, shut her down. She's in Dallas, waiting on a plane. Don't let her leave. Come on, rain. Unleash your fury, fill the sky. Let your clouds explode, go on and cry. Your tears of mercy, give me time. Unlock your winds and let them blow. Let your lightning strike, your thunder roll. Heaven help me stop that plane. Come on, rain. Don't let your storm clouds break like my heart if I'm too late. 1 hour is all I'm asking for. Come on, rain, let it pour. Unleash your fury, fill the sky. Let your clouds explode, go on and cry. Your tears of mercy, give me time. Unlock your winds and let them blow. Let your lightning strike, your thunder roll. Heaven help me stop that plane. Come on, rain. Now here you come. You heard my prayer. Give it all you got. She's all I got, and I'm almost there. Unleash your fury, fill the sky. Let your clouds explode, go on and cry. Your tears of mercy, give me time. Unlock your winds and let them blow. Let your lightning strike, your thunder roll. Heaven help me stop that plane. Come on, rain. Heaven help me stop that plane. Come on, rain. Come on, rain. Come on, rain. Come on,
All the great country classics are on WHBN AM 1420 and now FM 99.5.
Ahoy, treasure hunters! It's time for adventure at B&L Jewelers Pirates event, now through September 27th. Step aboard and grab a key. Ye may be the lucky one to unlock our treasure chest filled with sparkling prizes and hidden jewels. Bring the whole crew for fun, excitement, and a chance to discover riches beyond the sea. But hurry, me hearties, this treasure sails away after September 27th. Join us at B&L Jewelers, where X marks the spot for sparkle. Danville Manor Shopping Center. Ahoy, treasure hunters! It's time for adventure at B&L Jewelers Pirates event, now through September 27th. Step aboard and grab a key. Ye may be the lucky one to unlock our treasure chest filled with sparkling prizes and hidden jewels. Bring the whole crew for fun, excitement, and a chance to discover riches beyond the sea. But hurry, me hearties, this treasure sails away after September 27th. Join us at B&L Jewelers, where X marks the spot for sparkle. Danville Manor Shopping Center.
The Wilderness Trail Distillery Charity Chili Cook-Off is back. This is the event for chili lovers. Come sample all the team's chili recipes, vying to be named Area's Best, and vote for your favorite. This is a family-friendly event with free face painting, pumpkin decorating, a visit from the Boyle County Library Bookmobile, and music by DJ Double M. All proceeds benefit the Danville Kiwanis local children and seniors programs. The unlimited tasting tickets are just $10. The Chili Cook-Off is this Saturday from 11:30 to 2, with winners announced at 2:30. Unlimited tasting tickets are available now at Wilderness Trail Distillery or at the Cook-Off. See you at Wilderness Trail Distillery for chili and fun this Saturday in Danville, Lebanon Road.
If you needed major surgery, you probably would not choose a doctor who's never been to medical school. So when your car needs major repairs after a collision, why would you take your car to a body shop that's never been trained? Bob Allen Collision Center is among only 15% of collision repair businesses to meet the industry's highest training standards as a gold class shop. We know the latest repair technique, how to find hidden damage, and how to repair your car's critical safety features so they work properly again. With the safety of your vehicle and your family at stake, choose a trained repair professional location. Choose Bob Allen Collision Center.
Make this a September to remember at your DQ Grill and Chill. Start off with a $4 breakfast. Choose from a chicken and gravy burrito or half order of biscuits and gravy. You can choose bacon, sausage, or chicken. Each comes with a hash brown and drink. $4. You get several choices when you buy two for just $5. Then, for lunch or supper, enjoy the $7 meal deal. Single cheeseburger or single queso cheeseburger or 3-piece chicken strips plus order fries, drink, and sundae, all just $7. Blizzards of the month, caramel toffee cookie and pumpkin pie blizzard. DQ, we're happy. Tastes good.
It's 7:42.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. Today will be sun and clouds mixed and hot with a high of 91. Tonight, a few passing clouds, otherwise generally clear with a low of 64. Sunday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible, 25% chance. High of 87. Sunday night, considerable clouds early, some decrease in clouds late with a low of 66. Your week coming up looks like some rain. Monday, you got a 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 83. Tuesday, you got a 60% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 80. Wednesday, you've got a 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 75. Thursday, you got a 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 78. And Friday, you've got a 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 77. Currently, we're showing 62 degrees out there this morning. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. If you have a birthday or anniversary and you'd like to get it on the air, give me a call at the station, 859-734-4321. We'll get you added on the list that Radio Rick uses to give away a DQ birthday cake each and every Friday. He does that around 9:40 and 9:45 toward the end of his show. And if you're the winner, we take your phone number. We'll call you and say, hey, go pick up your cake. Those things are delicious. They're wonderful. You really should try one if you've never had one. Also, I'd like to remind everyone the Wilderness Trace Distillery is having their chili tasting contest. That's going on today from 11 to 2 at their distillery out on Lebanon Road in Danville. So go out there and check that out. It's $10 ticket for unlimited tastings, but you don't have to buy a ticket to go out there and see all the festivities. It's just up to you whether or not you want to taste some of that good chili or not. They're going to announce the winners around 2:30, they said, and we'll see who the winner is this year. It's a pretty stiff competition from what I understand, and what an opportunity to taste all kinds of different chilies. We got some Sports Saturday report coming your way. We'll have news at the top of the hour right here on WHBN.
Thanks for listening to The Rooster, WHBN AM 1420, and now FM 99.5.
And welcome to the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Let's catch you up on a busy sports weekend here in the Commonwealth. Entering the weekend, just 2 games outside a postseason spot. The Reds resumed their series against the Cubs last night.
Slap to left center. Crow Armstrong going back. Leaps at the wall. And gone.
Spencer Steer homered twice as the Reds get past the Cubs 7-4. They're now 2 games back of the wild card. It was a big night of high school football across the Bluegrass States, with teams really kind of creating separation, to be honest. One game canceled, though, because of lightning at Fort Campbell. It was the Falcons dominating Todd County Central 41-0 before that game was called in the 4th quarter. In other action around the state in 1A, Campbellsville got by Hazard 21-18. Belfry crushed Pikeville 41-3 in 2A. Well, LCA beat Lexington Catholic in their edition of the Holy War 28-17. 28-21. Cove Cath rolled up Beechwood 42-14. Owensboro Catholic topped Bardstown 56-30. Christian Academy ran the clock on Central Hardin 55-6, while Bell County steamrolled Whitley County 40-6. And Frederick Douglass beat Corbin 28-7. Finally, in a battle of heavyweights, Trinity shutting out Mail 46-0. And in college football, Western Kentucky is back home today. It's parent and family weekend on the Hill as the Hilltoppers take on Nevada. The Tops are 2-0 at home this year. And the Louisville Cardinals are back in action as they take on Bowling Green, while Kentucky is on their bye before going to South Carolina next week. And in arguably college sports' hottest sport, really outside of football and basketball, college volleyball teams are back at it following their big win over third-ranked Louisville, sixth-ranked Kentucky. Wraps up non-conference play today. They're in Lexington taking on the Washington Huskies. The Cards look to bounce back Monday when they host Western Kentucky. Speaking of the Tops, they had a dominant night. They swept both Bradley and 23rd-ranked Indiana in straight sets at EA Diddle Arena as part of the Alyssa Kavanaugh Classic. Freshman Kiara Knox led the Tops with 33 kills on the day. They'll wrap things up today against Austin Peay, while Indiana looks to bounce back against Bradley. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Make this Christmas unforgettable with Trans-Siberian Orchestra, live in concert, presenting the Ghosts of Christmas Eve, the best of TSO and more. A fusion of rock and classical with a heartwarming Christmas tale. December 10th, Rupp Arena. Reserve seats on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, live in concert.
You work hard to provide a better life for your family. The only problem is that you now have a tax bill that you can't afford to pay. The IRS is now threatening to garnish your wages and put a levy on your bank account. You can't ignore the IRS. They won't go away on their own. You need help, and you need it now. Call the Tax Pros at United Tax Fix today. Call 800-762-2768. That's 800-762-2768.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi. Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net. I wake up with my radio, shower and make up with it, drink coffee and take off with it on my arm. No jumps, road bumps, add rhythm to my songs, sing-alongs at stop signs, sticky rhymes running through my days. Take my radio to go, and go where my radio plays. However and wherever you listen, radio keeps you company.
Radio talks to my folks. It jokes and makes them smile. And because they smile, they walk or drive that extra mile. Or tell a friend to go and spend. Time at my store, time at my site, time at my sale. It's no tall tale. The ads I run on radio move my business.
To get the Hometown Radio Network working for you, call us at 859-236-2711 or in Harrodsburg at 734-4321 and get your business heard here on Hometown Radio.
This is Caraway at Mattresses and More on Houstonville Road in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, stop by and check us out. New items arriving weekly, and we sell off the floor. Buy it today and take it home today. We offer layaway and 12 months same-as cash with approved credit.
Thank you, Caraway. Again, buy it today, take it home today. Living room suits, bedroom suits, dinette sets, recliners, and more. From Mattresses and More, Southland Plaza next to Ace Hardware.
Local high school football and Hometown Radio Network.
This is Gary True, voice of the Mercer County Football Titan. Listen to every game on WHBN.
This is Scott Boland, voice of the Garrett County Golden Lions. Hear the games on Z105.
This is Gunnar Floyd, voice of the Danville Admirals. Listen to every Danville Admiral football game on WHIR.
This is Steve Bertram inviting you to join us for Boyle County High School football on Z105.
All games streamed live at hometownlive.net.
I went to ride Hatfield Chevrolet, and they had me
driving in my car, going very far, down the street in my car.
If you want to ride, go to RodHatfieldChevy.com. Rod Hatfield Chevrolet, Lexington, Kentucky.
Hometown Radio has Steve Bertram with local, state, and national sports news right here on FM 99.5 and AM 1420. WHBN, The Rooster.
Stagger to the coffee pot, half asleep, can barely walk. Gotta have that cup of joe, this foggy brain is moving slow. Gotta have it black and fast and to go. Get in the car, get on the phone, can't leave that thing alone. Rings and rings and rings all day, everybody's got something to say. Getting high on coffee and my cellular phone. I know I'm addicted, but do I want to fix it? Need all the crutches I can get. Everybody's got a vice. Do it once, you'll do it twice. And because it feels so nice, everybody's got a vice. Started with a social drink. Back then it was no big thing. I really liked the way it felt. Got to be somebody else. I'd schmooze and cruise and lose my mind all over town. That's how I met that brown-eyed man. Lets me be who I am. The one that keeps me up all night, keeps me working overtime. He's the one thing I just couldn't live without. Man, he's a good drug. I gotta have his love. And I need a cigarette. Everybody's got a vice. Do it once, you'll do it twice. And because it feels so nice, everybody's got a vice. Power is a pill, no matter what the deal is. I know how it feels, it gives me a thrill, yeah. You're not the only one, everybody's got a vice. Do it once, you'll do it twice. And because it feels so nice, everybody's got a vice. Do it once, you'll do it twice. And because it feels so nice, everybody's got a vice.
All day and all night, we're serving up classic country on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
A mother and her teenage daughter were found dead in their Rowan County home, and a suspect is in custody. Kentucky State Police say 37-year-old Kayla Blake and 13-year-old Kennedy McWhorter were discovered during a welfare check on Spring Street in Moorhead. Troopers arrested 44-year-old Joshua Cottrell, charged with 2 counts of murder and tampering with evidence. He's held in McCracken County. Cottrell previously served time for manslaughter. In Lexington, police arrested 24-year-old Jonte Mattingly in a bus stop shooting that left a man critically wounded. Mattingly was on probation and wearing an ankle monitor. He's charged with assault and possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, with additional counts of wanton endangerment, criminal mischief, and tampering. His bond totals $85,000. A preliminary hearing is set for September 29th. Police haven't said whether another suspect is in custody. Muhlenberg County, a joint task force arrested 59-year-old Michael S. Wells after a Wednesday search. Deputies say they seized meth, marijuana, and several guns. Wells was booked into the county jail on charges of trafficking meth and marijuana, possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, and drug paraphernalia. And in Mason County, day 5 of the manhunt for 48-year-old Jerry Lee Cooper, the Brown County, Ohio inmate who escaped on Monday. Deputies believe he's contained in dense woods between Tuckahoe Road and Lees Creek Road near Dover and say he's armed with a rifle. A trail camera spotted him near Lees Creek. Troopers say Cooper and another inmate crossed the Ohio River by boat. The other, Roy Gene Butler, was caught on Tuesday. If you see Cooper, don't approach. Call 911. I'm Travis Laird.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard. Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code Brooks95. That's BRUX95. Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard. WHBN.
Daddy stepped out on that porch one Sunday morning, took a lungful of that fresh hill country air, wrapped a big old sunburned arm around my shoulder and said, son, looky there, God's country. Well, he showed up at a wedding, made some homemade wine, got baptized in a river, went fishing all the time. You know, maybe my old man was right. God's country. He made the birds and the bees and the 8-point buck, gave us power men upon us and ram tough trucks. Hallelujah, Gideon. God's country. Only country folks can really understand Noah's boat on blocks or some promised land. Where I come from, it all makes sense to me. From Luckenbach to Galilee, Jerusalem to Tennessee, and all points in between, God's country.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Lisa Taylor. President Trump is imposing a $100,000 fee on foreign workers who want to obtain a visa to work in the U.S. On Friday, Trump signed a proclamation mandating that companies pay the exorbitant fee in order for their workers to be granted an H-1B visa. The administration says the move is part of an effort to stop what it calls the overuse of the visa program. The new fee could have a large impact on workers from India, who account for over 70% of the approved employees. There's been another U.S. strike against a suspected drug boat in the Caribbean Sea. President Trump claimed on Truth Social Friday the military strike killed 3 male narco-terrorists and that intelligence confirmed the boat was trafficking illicit narcotics. President Trump said he had a very productive call with Chinese President Xi Jinping that included approval of the TikTok deal.
And as you know, he approved the TikTok deal, and we're in the process. We have some great investors, some of the biggest in the world, American investors, great people, and we look forward to getting that deal closed.
It comes as the two sides have been working for the social media platform to not be banned in the U.S. Trump said they also spoke about trade, fentanyl, and Russia-Ukraine. The president said they agreed to meet at the APEC summit in South Korea and that Trump would go to China in the early part of next year. He added Xi would come to the U.S. at an appropriate time. The Writers Guild of America is protesting ABC Disney's decision to hit Jimmy Kimmel with an indefinite suspension. Over 100 members demonstrated Friday outside ABC headquarters in Manhattan, calling the move an attack on free speech. The Guild says it opposes the abuse of governmental power as well as acts of corporate cowardice. Kimmel was yanked from the air Wednesday after complaints about an on-air remark he made about the man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk. You're listening to the latest on NBC News Radio.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code Brooks95. That's BRUX95.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
The Prime Minister of Estonia is requesting NATO assistance after 3 Russian fighter jets flew into the northern European nation's airspace. Scott Carr has more.
Estonia's Minister of Foreign Affairs says on X the incident is clear proof of Russia's growing aggression. Russia recently triggered NATO air defenses after a high-profile violation of Poland's airspace last week. I'm Scott Carr.
The top 3 elected officials in New York State are now all officially endorsing Zoran Mamdani for mayor. More from Andrew Whitman.
Mamdani completed the leadership sweep Friday afternoon when State Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart Cousins endorsed the assemblyman leading the polls. Governor Kathy Hochul started the trend when she backed Mamdani Sunday, and State Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie did the same Wednesday. Mamdani's had less success with state Democrats in national leadership positions. Neither Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer nor House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries have backed the Democratic Socialist.
The identities are now known of the 3 Pennsylvania police officers killed in a shooting Wednesday. Jim Forbes has the latest.
The officers were identified as Detective Sergeant Cody Becker, Detective Mark Baker, and Detective Isaiah Immenheiser, all members of the Northern York County Regional Police Department. Authorities say they were ambushed by a gunman while trying to serve him a warrant. Another Northern York officer and a York County deputy sheriff were injured in the shooting and remain in the hospital.
Madonna is coming out with a new album next year. Here's Michael Kastner.
The as-yet untitled record will be her first new studio effort in 7 years. The 67-year-old pop star announced she would also be returning to Warner Brothers Records. That's the company that released her smash hits from 1983 through 2008.
Lisa Taylor, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
A UK professor has been put on administrative leave after an inappropriate comment he made following the death of Charlie Kirk. Bradley Van Hook is an employee at UK who commented on the WKYT social media post of Kirk's death. In that comment, Van Hook quoted civil rights activist Clarence Darrow, saying, quote, "I've never wished a man dead, but I have read some obituaries with great satisfaction." A spokesperson for UK said that Van Hook's comment was, quote, "cruel and wrong," and the Herald Leader reported that he had been put on paid administrative leave. Kentuckians are asked to share their opinion on the future of preservation across the Commonwealth by answering questions in a public survey. You can find that survey online, where your answers will then help shape the 2028 to 2038 statewide historic preservation plan. The plan in turn will set the vision and direction for preserving the state's unique heritage. You can find the survey online at heritage.ky.gov. I'm Joe Mathis.
This is Goldie Goldsmith McNary, inviting you to join me each week for What's Happening Goldie, a talk show that features interesting people about interesting things. We'll learn how to stay healthy and keep fit, and we'll explore the world of entertainment. So join me for What's Happening Goldie.
What's Happening Goldie every Wednesday at 10:05 a.m. and Saturday at 8:30 a.m. on WHBN 1420 a.m. and 99.5 FM.
Beach Bend Park and Splash Lagoon is the place for summer fun, making memories, good times, and summer vibes. Feel the rush of the legendary Kentucky Rumbler, one of America's top wooden coasters. Cool off in Splash Lagoon. Over 1 million gallons of water park fun. More than 40 rides, slides, attractions, and entertainment. Fun for the whole family. Beach Bend Park. Summer vibes so close to home. Get your tickets now at beachbend.com.
Beach Bend Park. Fun for the whole family. Beach Bend Park.
You discover smooth savings at your Napa of Harrodsburg. Napa Performer battery, 18 months free replacement, just $132.99. Mobil One Advanced Fuel Economy Motor Oil, synthetic, 5 quarts, start at $34.99. Mobil One High Mileage Motor Oil 5W30, full synthetic, 5 quarts, U.S., $35.99. Napa Full Synthetic Oil, 5 quarts for $22.99. Napa Performer Beam Wiper Blades, starting at $9.14. Your one-stop shop for real savings at your Harrodsburg Napa, located on North College Street. Attention football fans, if you like football, you're going to love the DQ Pigskin Report. Monday nights from 6 to 7 on WHBN and WHIR.
We interview the area high school football coaches of Danville, Boyle County, Garrett County, Lincoln County, Mercer County,
and Center College's Andy Fry and color analyst Jeff Picaro of UK.
It's the Pigskin Report, Mondays from 6 o'clock until 7, live from the Harrodsburg Dairy Queen on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and HometownLive.net.
This WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Ransdell Funeral Chapel. Our goal is and always will be to provide the best value in funeral service available. Exceptional care from a trusted family name, Ransdell Funeral Chapel.
Mostly sunny today with a high of 90. Partly cloudy tonight and a low of 64. Chance of showers and thunderstorms after 2 tomorrow. Partly sunny, high of 87. Tomorrow night, chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy, low of 63. Starting our work week off on Monday, we got a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Partly sunny, high of 86.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and is designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now at 734-4321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
Sorry about that, folks. Like I said, it's been a pretty wild week, and it continues. But I hope you folks have had a great week. Doing the things that you like to do, and also, we're rolling into fall. Fall is approaching. I think if it hasn't already started, be starting here soon. There's quite a few things that people, could be doing that to get ready to, get this season going. I see pumpkins. I see all kinds of different fall things that are happening. So, like I said, so just continue that, and like I say, and around the yard, some garden maintenance, clean up, remove any diseased plants and vegetation to prevent pest and disease overwintering. That's a good idea to leave healthy plants, leave some healthy plant stems for the birds, because a lot of people, they like to take care of the birds, and they, I've always wanted a bird feeder, but I just hadn't got around to it yet. But I see a lot of bird feeders out where people are making sure that the birds have something for the winter. And, weed control is going to be one of the main things you want to try to stay up with, because go ahead and pull those weeds through the fall, because you don't want those seeds to fall and then turn around and be ready. Come springtime, they'll be right back up at you. If you've got, if you've got the specialty plants, that are in pots, start getting those ready to, if you move them inside during the winter, then start getting that together, because you don't want your tropical, because some people have tropical plants, and some people have fruit trees and different things that they have in pots. Just make sure those things are ready to go and move, because, from what I understand, the temperature is going to be pretty cold. We're supposed to have a cold winter, so make sure that you're getting those things together. And I've already pulled out my long johns. I got those separated from my other clothes. I got my jackets together. I got my beanies, all those things. So there's a lot of different things that happen during the next 2 or 3 months, because the first frost, I think, is coming up late to mid October. So start getting preparations ready for that, because it'll sneak up on you in no time. This week, it's been pretty busy. I had to go to and get this call here. Gardening with James.
Morning, James. It's Kurt. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's all good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. And so I've noticed this week that the marmorated stink bugs are starting to invade my house.
Oh, man.
Just want to bring that to everybody's attention. So I'm out there with a fly swatter, getting them off the edge of the house on the bricks. They seem to be on the north side, where they're in the shade from the sun beating on the bricks of the home there.
Mm-hmm.
Just as a little heads up, or you might look for them and try to help control their, I don't know exactly how to explain their expansive population, but they're very detrimental, as you know.
Yeah, because
to your garden stuff. So.
Yeah, because those stink bugs, I'm like you. I haven't done a whole lot of research on those, but this seems to be the time of the year where they seem to crawl out of wherever they're at, and they're outside and they crawl on, and they're looking for a place on the inside too. If you have a spot that you haven't filled in yet.
Yeah. Real quick, and I'll let you go. Everybody's getting into the market. We've got some good vegetables today.
Mm-hmm.
So I just was asking a couple of vendors what they're bringing so I could highlight it. We've got honey and some fresh beets and radishes and green beans and some pumpkins coming in. So come on out, support your local farmers market wherever you're at, not just us, but me, I'm trying to support everybody.
Right.
I thank you for that, with your good nature.
Because now with pumpkins, it's like I haven't done a whole lot of research on. How long does it normally take a pumpkin to get up to a decent size?
Well, a lot of that depends really on what variety you're growing, because the extension office over here back in the spring was passing out giant pumpkin seeds.
Oh.
And I was going to grow some with my grandchildren, and we started them, and the plants were doing pretty good, and the vine borer showed up, and, you know me, I don't spray anything, so they succumbed to the vine borers. But I'm sure there's some people out there that are using some Seven Dust or some other chemicals around them just to grow a giant pumpkin.
Right.
They usually take about, 120 days, give or take.
Okay.
And like I mentioned, just kind of the variety that you're growing that'll determine on, when they mature and everything. I did have a couple of volunteer of those little miniature ones come up.
Okay.
And I just see one little white pumpkin there on the side of my kitchen garden. I let it go just to see what it was, and that's what I'm fortunate to get.
Yeah.
I don't usually grow a lot of pumpkins because there are a lot of labor when it comes to harvesting. So I try to do stuff that's more like 60 days or less.
Right.
Yeah, and so anyway, as far as bird feeders go, you mentioned leaving some weeds out in your yard. What we do is along the entrance to our yard, it's like a cathedral. We let a variety of wild sunflowers go.
Right.
And I was fortunate enough to be in a seed trade here a few years ago over at the fort, and a woman was passing them out. And I've never had to replant those things. The birds get on them, especially the little black-capped chickadees.
Right.
And the little goldfinches, and see the cardinals get on there, and then the little titmouse and a couple of other birds. I'm not even sure what they are. But they self-seed themselves. And in the spring, I got more of that coming up anymore than I do weeds, and I'm trying to retransplant them out away from the garden so I can do like a mass kill cover-up with the cardboard.
Right. Yeah.
I haven't gotten there yet.
Well, hang in there. You still got time.
Yeah.
Because
as long as I'm breathing.
Go ahead.
As long as I'm breathing.
Yeah. Because me, I like I really like the tall, giant sunflowers. And over the years, I've grown a nice variety of them. Some of them as high as my gutters.
Wow.
But over the last couple of years, for some reason I hadn't had any luck with the big ones. I mean, the miniature ones have come out really well, but for some reason my big ones, like I used to, I haven't had any luck. So I've just been kind of sticking with the miniature, and they work just as well. As far as seeds go, trying to hold on to them.
Right. Like I said, I don't even collect these. They just self-seed. Every time I see the chickadees on there or the little goldfinches, they're very messy eaters. I'll say it that way. And
Right.
Seeds are everywhere. So I actually put down a part of an old shower curtain to try to catch some of those seeds so they won't, make it to the soil and germinate next spring.
Mm.
And I don't know if they need to go through that stratification of the cold cycles or not, but they just come up like crazy in the spring.
Yeah,
one of the first things to arrive in my garden.
Yeah, I'm like you. I don't think they go through that. They just all of a sudden appear, because I know the ones at the McDowell house, they just seem to show up, from reseeding, and and it works out pretty well.
Wonderful. I love it. I love free stuff like that,
That's right.
So anyway, I see some people doing those mammoth sunflowers.
Yeah.
I've never really done a whole lot of those. The ones I have they're multi-bloomed, and they're a little yellow. They're really pretty, but I don't never pick them to bring in. I leave them out for the bees, and then the birds come. So my part for the wildlife, I guess.
That's right. Help the wildlife during the so this will be fat during the winter.
Exactly. James, have a wonderful day. Everybody get out, like I mentioned, and support your local farmers. As dry as it's been, everybody that I know that's doing greenhouse stuff is using a lot of extra water. So.
Well, it's supposed to rain next week.
Yeah, a little late for me.
All
I'll I'll be
right.
collecting it though. I like to collect it and hold it in some tubs for when I do need it.
That's right. Hold on to it, Kurt.
You bet. See you, James. Thank you.
Okay. Bye. All right. Yeah, because sunflowers, I mean, those have always been one of my favorites. I like the big ones. I like the short ones, because they have a variety of different colors, the green, the yellow, the orange, the black, the blues. And so, yeah, they've got a nice little variety. Tell you what, let me get my break out the way, and I'll be right back.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
Do you want to grow your business, but you don't have a big budget? Don here, your small business marketing specialist. In a recent study, they found that radio delivered $12 in sales for every $1 spent on advertising. And radio advertising is incredibly effective at driving in-store traffic and influencing purchasing behavior. The research shows that radio increased in-store traffic by an average of 22%. In several categories, radio had increased traffic by over 30%. Also, radio boasts a higher average conversion rate than television, newspaper, and online media alike. And radio allows advertisers an inexpensive way to run multiple ads, enabling better results. So, if you want to get new customers and grow your business, radio is the #1 reach medium. So, how do you get started? It's easy. Call us today.
Promote your business to thousands of potential customers every week. To learn more, go online to advertisecentralkentucky.com. That's advertisecentralkentucky.com.
We're so excited. Nice weather's here, and we're going to wet our plants. Buddy Beaver here. Mulch to Go now has Rock to Go. Yes, we've been busy little beavers and expanded to add landscape, rock, sand, topsoil, compost, and more. We have a wide selection to choose from in both bulk and bags. Stop by Mulch to Go for your landscape needs from pine nuggets, pine straw, cedar, cypress, and playground chips, too.
Mulch to Go opens at 9 a.m. Monday through Saturday. Call 859-715-7575. They're located in Harrodsburg on the corner of 127 and Beaumont Avenue. Mulch to Go.
Mulch to Go.
Attention football fans, if you like football, you're going to love the DQ Pigskin Report. Monday nights from 6 to 7 on WHBN and WHIR.
We interview the area high school football coaches of Danville, Boyle County, Garrett County, Lincoln County, Mercer County,
and Center College's Andy Fry and color analyst Jeff Picaro of UK.
It's the Pigskin Report Mondays from 6 o'clock until 7 live from the Harrodsburg Dairy Queen on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and hometownlive.net.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by your Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg and Outdoor Power and Rental. Visit Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg for their weekly and monthly specials. North College Street.
Mostly sunny today with a high of 90. Partly cloudy tonight and a low of 64. Chance of showers and thunderstorms after 2 tomorrow. Partly sunny, high of 87. Tomorrow night, chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy, low of 63. Starting our work week off on Monday, we got a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Partly sunny, high of 86.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
All right, here we go. Looking at the temperature for today, looks like it's going to be about 91. Another 90 warm day. Tonight it's supposed to drop down to 64. So next week, some of those things are changing. So, I think that it's 2 or 3 days next week. It looks like we're supposed to have some rain, at least a 40 to 50% chance of rain. So there is hope out there that rain will show up again and give us, at least, 2 or 3 good inches, sometime during the week. So this way, our other plants that's leading into the fall will continue to grow and get those pumpkins and squashes and all those other things, get them going. Because for our area, the first frost is somewhere between August 29th and November 15th. So kind of keep that in mind because things will start to change. We'll go from the 90s, hopefully down to maybe the 60s, 70s during the course of the day, because we've had quite a few 90s over the last 3 or 4 weeks and no rain. So it's kind of hanging there. And I know a lot of people have been watering, quite a bit, trying to keep your plants going. And but if you're watering, water deep. So this way you'll have an opportunity to give yourself a break by watering, nice and deep. What they say, count to 15, count to 20 or whatever it might be. So this way you're getting that ground good and wet. So this way, some of that moisture will stay. Throw a little mulch on top of it, because if you throw a little mulch on it with 90-degree weather, at least some of that moisture will stay in the ground, as you try to get through the hottest part of this week coming up. So if you have to water nice and deep, because I'm like you. I don't mind, because the plants that I have out on my front porch, most of them are succulents at this point, because the rest of it I just kind of gave up on. But my succulents are still doing really well, and only have to water them once every 2 or 3 days. And my indoor plants, I do have some decent plants in the house, and I'll water them once every 2 or 3 days. But I just kind of water them real good, so this way I won't forget, and that helps me out quite a bit, because it's been a long summer, and it just seems like it's longer because of the heat. But before I forget, I want to say happy birthday to the wife. Her birthday is today, and so we'll try to do something, later today. So we also have our anniversary. That's on Monday. So, it's going to be kind of a busy weekend trying to get through the happy spell, because I've had 1, 2, 3. I think I've had 3 or 4 birthdays kind of in a row, or special occasions here lately. So I think, but after September, we don't have any more birthdays until next year. So, but yeah, happy birthday to her, and happy anniversary early, because I may forget that, because that's Monday. Yeah, so enjoy today. Go out and enjoy the farmers market. As I came through town, I seen the farmers setting up, and over in Mercer, as Kurt was saying, they have a wide variety of different things, different vegetables. Because I finally got around to getting me some goat soap last week, because I've been trying to get to the farmers market for that for several weeks now, and I finally got down there. I found the ones that I want. The good thing I like about goat soap is that it lasts a real long time, and it's nice and smooth on your skin. I've known the lady for maybe 8 or 10 years, and I've been trying to, keep buying it, because if I buy 3 or 4, it usually lasts me, through the season, over the winter, and it works out really well. So if you haven't tried goat soap, see if you can find some, because it's different. They got lots of different fragrances. I've tried buying it, in the health food stores, and I've tried to buy it in a couple other places, but they're a lot more expensive in some of those places. And I'm a frugal kind of guy, and I try to save a few dollars. And like I say, I think it was three for 15. I think it's what it was. So it's like $5 a bar. But like I say, it's well worth it. Let's see, running out of time. I have run out of time. Well, folks, I'm going to let you go. You folks have a great, great weekend. And I'll talk to you Tuesday and Thursday. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
Tuesday morning, but Cooper, who faces charges of attempted murder and assault, is still on the run and is believed to be in Dover. Mason County Sheriff Ryan Swolsky is urging residents to be on the lookout, carry a firearm, and to not make contact with Cooper if he is spotted. Anyone with information on his whereabouts is asked to contact police. I'm Joe Lincoln.
A man is in custody following a shooting at a Lexington bus stop. The shooting happened Thursday morning at a bus stop near Wilburn Drive and McAuliffe Drive when 20-year-old John J. Mattingly allegedly shot a victim in the head. The victim remains hospitalized in critical condition. Mattingly was linked to the shooting after tracking of an ankle monitor he is wearing due to being on probation allegedly showed him in the area at the time. Mattingly faces charges of first-degree assault. And in Hardin County, authorities are looking for a suspect related to vandalism and thefts at local cemeteries throughout the county. Officials say multiple items were recently stolen from Elizabethtown Memorial Gardens, and 2 similar incidents at Ratcliffe cemeteries are now also under investigation. I'm Scott Hooper.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-577-2648. That's 1-800-577-2648. Again, 1-800-577-2648.
Ready for a fast, safe, and easy way to send your share of the rent money? Put your feet up, because with Zelle, you can send your monthly amount from the comfort of your couch. Zelle is conveniently found in your Farmers National Bank online or mobile banking account, and it's available now. Ask a Farmers National Bank representative for more information. Available to United States bank account holders only. Terms and conditions apply. Farmers National Bank. Member FDIC.
Attention football fans, if you like football, you're going to love the DQ Pigskin Report. Monday nights from 6 to 7 on WHBN and WHIR.
We interview the area high school football coaches of Danville, Boyle County, Garrett County, Lincoln County, Mercer County,
and Center College's Andy Fry and color analyst Jeff Picaro of UK.
It's the Pigskin Report Mondays from 6 o'clock until 7 live from the Harrodsburg Dairy Queen on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and HometownLive.net.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. A UK professor has been put on administrative leave after an inappropriate comment he made following the death of Charlie Kirk. Bradley Van Hook is an employee at UK who commented on the WKYT social media post of Kirk's death. In that comment, Van Hook quoted civil rights activist Clarence Darrow, saying, quote, "I've never wished a man dead, but I have read some obituaries with great satisfaction." A spokesperson for UK said that Van Hook's comment was, quote, "cruel and wrong," and the Herald Leader reported that he had been put on paid administrative leave. Kentuckians are asked to share their opinion on the future of preservation across the Commonwealth by answering questions in a public survey. You can find that survey online, where your answers will then help shape the 2028 to 2038 statewide historic preservation plan. The plan in turn will set the vision and direction for preserving the state's unique heritage. You can find the survey online at heritage.ky.gov. I'm Joe Mathis. Here are the obituaries. Lana Lou Lester Yates, age 66, of Harrodsburg, died Tuesday. She was the wife of Joey Leonard Yates. Visitation is Sunday from 5 until 8 and Monday from 10, and the time of the service at 11 o'clock at Sims Funeral Services. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
It's time now for What's Happening Goldie with Goldie Goldsmith McNary. What's Happening Goldie is brought to you by WHBN. And now, What's Happening Goldie?
As you know, I enjoy sharing and interviewing interesting people around the globe, so to speak, but especially right here in our community. And today I have someone that I find very intriguing and very interesting. Every time I have a conversation with her, I find something new out about her. I became acquainted with her recently because she became one of my vocal clients, and we have just had a blast. So, of course, I'm talking about the one and only Gemma Sigler. So, hello, Gemma.
Hello, Goldie. How are you? I'm fascinated to think that you find me intriguing. My family thinks I'm crazy.
That's why I find you intriguing, because they are a little bit right, you know. I just love the stories that you tell me about your past. How old were you when you went into nursing school?
I was 29 when I went to nursing school.
And you already had 2 children, so you just decided you wanted to get a career.
I started nursing school because I was in a bad marriage, and I needed help, and I needed to escape. And it was the only way I knew. I had to find something where I could support my children. I ran into a friend of mine I went to high school with, and she had gone to the community college and gotten her nursing degree. And she says, Gemma, you can do it. You've had 2 kids. You had birthed a couple kids, and you've nursed their sicknesses and whatever. And she said, you could do it. And I said, but I have to take algebra. I went to a Catholic school when I was in high school, and this nun, she had loose false teeth. And I couldn't understand what she was saying. And I almost flunked algebra. I got like a D-. And I was an A student always. And so that just freaked me out, getting a bad grade. Well, this nursing student told me, she said, go to Miss So-and-so. I can't remember the lady's name, but she was an incredible math teacher. And she said she will make algebra so easy for you, you won't have any trouble. She convinced me, and I went, and I loved math. I loved algebra. I couldn't wait to get home to do the homework. Wow. So that's a difference a teacher can make, you know.
Big time, yes.
Big time. Anyways, I love nursing. I worked on a med-surg floor in Louisville at St. Joe's Hospital and at Audubon Hospital. Sometimes I worked in the recovery room. They used to pull you from one place to the other, so you never knew where you're going to work. Just say you're going up here and you go, oh, God, I don't want to work with the children. I don't know anything about all that stuff. But anyways, it's a tough job. It really is, especially now for the nurses now. I'm just, my hearts go out to them. And then for about 2 years, I worked at Fraser Rehab Hospital, and I really enjoyed that, except I always had bruises on my legs from the wheelchairs. It wasn't the patients doing it, but doing it to myself, moving wheelchairs around. But I loved rehab nursing. And, I'm kind of like the family nurse. When anything goes wrong, people call me and say, so-and-so's vomiting, whatever. What should I do? And that sort of thing. And I was married to a doctor. We always got calls at home in the middle of the night for various things. And we were a duo for our family. Everybody in our family got well taken care of. And they knew who to go see and who not to go see.
Mm-hmm. But now you were instrumental in the artificial heart, or no?
No, I knew Dr. DeVries. At that part, I was active in the nurses union, trying to get pay and benefits for nurses in the hospital. It's not unusual, wasn't not then, and I'm sure it's still the same. For a nurse ready to go home, they say, you can't leave, we need you to stay another shift. And nurses have families, right. They have children, and some of them didn't have husbands at home, or some of the male nurses didn't have wives at home to be there for their children, and they say, no, you have to stay. And I would say, no, I'm not staying. And they used to threaten to fire me, but I said, I'm not staying. I'm not going to do that. I've got, other responsibilities. And the hospitals spend tons of money fighting us but it was out in the street with signs and on TV. And our main issue was patient care. Yeah. They would think nothing of you being a med-surg nurse pulling you to the nursery. And it's like, I know nothing about these tiny little babies on tubes and everything, but they'd send you.
Yeah. Now, what year was this? Would you call it a protest that you all did? Or because weren't you on 2020?
Oh, yeah, we were on 2020. We were exposing some of the practices that were going on in the hospital. And the cost, we were exposing the cost. For example, at that time, someone gave us a list. They found it in the garbage can, a list of what the hospital paid for an item and how much they charged. For example, one aspirin would cost $20. They would charge you $20. Yeah. A bottle of IV fluids, and these numbers are a little off, but not much, was maybe like $1.20. And they charge the patient $72. One of the many reasons why healthcare is so expensive. Yeah. And so we contacted a healthcare activist group, and they put us on to 2020. And Sam Donaldson came down to Louisville. He followed my mother who was having surgery. They took a video of her being driven to the hospital and going to the hospital doors, and then her coming out, and then when she got her bill. And for example, the eye patch, it was a cotton eye patch, went over her eye. They charged her $7 for it. It was probably, 3 cents. I can't remember what it cost, but it wasn't very much. My mother's last name was Peacock, and he said, Mrs. Peacock, what do you think of this? And my mom said, it's highway robbery. But all the hospitals were doing it, and they probably still are. I don't know what the answer is. I think national health care is the answer. Yeah. I don't see how some of these families can afford the insurance and the expense if you don't have insurance. I mean, we're looking at thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars if people don't have insurance and they have to pay. They'll lose their home and everything. So I really think we need national health care.
We're going to take a short break, but What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN, The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
My name is Casey Riggs. I'm from Rough River, Kentucky. I've sung all my life, started out in church, of course. From there, I sung any opportunity I could. I come to Studio G to develop my voice and, most importantly, confidence. I'm now part of a group called the Purple Vibes. We sing in local festivals, shows here at Studio G, and without Studio G, I wouldn't have that opportunity.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G, the G stands for growth.
This is Dan Yates, and I want you to join me for Breakfast with the Coaches as we talk Titan football live from the old bus station every Saturday morning this fall from 9 to 10. Tune your radios to WHBN 99.5 FM, AM 1420, or catch our live stream at hometownlive.net. Breakfast with the Coaches is brought to you by Farmers National Bank, Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, 101 Business Solutions, Big Deals Online Store, and the old bus station restaurant. Go Titans!
You're listening to WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
And today I have someone that I find very intriguing and very interesting, the one and only Gemma Sigler. How did you find Studio G?
Well, I was very lucky. They were getting ready to do Mamma Mia at the Ragged Edge, and my daughter called me and said, Mom, you have got to audition for that, because people my whole life have told me I look like Meryl Streep. And I said, Laura, I have no acting ability. I've never acted before. She said, you can do it. Go see Goldie. I said, who's Goldie? I just moved to town. Who's Goldie? You don't know who Goldie is? I said, no, who's Goldie? And so she told me who you were and where I could find you. And I found Goldie walking on the street. She wasn't walking the street. She was just walking on the streets out in front of her place. I talked to Goldie, and she said, sure, come in, because I was having trouble singing some of the high notes. I was in choir in grade school. The nun told me I had alto voice, and my friend had alto, so she put us next to each other, and we got thrown out of choir for talking and laughing. So it was the nun's mistake for putting us together. But anyways, we were thrilled because we didn't have to get up for a 7 o'clock mass, so we were okay with that. Coming to Goldie's is my therapy. My mom played the piano all the time, and there was always music in our home, and I really miss it. And coming to Goldie's is just so much fun. We have a blast. I feel like, I feel like I'm being entertained.
Sweet, I'll pay you later. No, this is not a commercial for Studio G. It's just another adventure of her life's journey. She just recently finished almost a 2-hour showcase at the studio. We started out with 28 songs, and then we narrowed it down to 24, I think, or something, that you had the whole night all by yourself. What was that like?
It was nerve-wracking, but it was fun. I love singing, and I tell Goldie every time she says, let's try this song, and I go, I love this song. I love every song I sing. And she introduced me to Billie Holiday, which I knew who Billie Holiday was, but I never really knew her songs, and I absolutely love her songs now. And I just love singing, and I look so forward to coming. I'm upset if for some reason I can't make a class or I have to cancel. But I love coming here. It's like feeding my soul. It really is. It really is. And it brings back memories from my childhood of my mom playing the piano and singing. And I tell everybody it's my therapy. And I'm with a group of women called the Golden Girls. And the Golden Girls, a lot of times, I have several of them that come here and we do crazy things on stage. First time we came to see Goldie, I had to have my 2 friends, my sidekicks come, or I'm their sidekick, come with me to see Goldie because I wasn't sure what she was going to do to me to make me sing better. And so she had us do some improv on stage, and we had so much fun. We giggled and we laughed and we sang. Those 2 women, Dawn and Alona, we do Song from Mamma Mia, Super Trooper, and then we do All About the Bass. And we get to wear costumes and makeup and eyelashes and kind of like Alona. And we just have a blast here. It's too much fun. If any women and men are sitting home and just feel like, there's not a lot of excitement in their life, they need to come up here. We have a blast. We have so much fun.
Do you mind telling them how young you are?
I'm 75, going on 18.
Never, ever, ever too late. You're also an artist. Your paintings are absolutely incredible, just so beautiful. So how did you get involved in art?
When I was about 12 years old, a friend's aunt took us to Chicago Museum of Art. And I can still remember to this day standing in front of Rembrandt's Girl at Half Door. Her eyes were looking at me, and I couldn't believe someone could have painted this. This wasn't a real person. And from that day on, I wanted to be an artist. When I was about in my 20s, I saw in the Courier-Journal, I lived in Louisville, that a woman named Ilona Royce Smithkin was giving classes at an art gallery in Louisville. And I think it cost like $50, and I didn't have a lot of money, but I scraped it together, got my mom to watch my kids, and I went, and it was a week long, and it was from like 12 to 2. And I learned so much in that little class, and I was hooked. And she came to Louisville every spring and fall, and I took classes for years. And in later years, she stayed at our house with us, and she's quite a character. She just died at the age of 101, and she's all over the internet. They did a huge article on her in the New York Times. And she became a singer at the Waldorf Astoria. I love this story. She was born in, I think it was Germany, but she had that accent. And so she did a Marlene Dietrich, and she would get on stage at 81 wearing fishnet stockings, high heels, really tight skirt, and a fancy top, and sang those songs from that day. She always would say, you just have to believe you can do it. And if somebody was knocking themselves for not being a good artist, she'd say, you've got to be patient with yourself. Nobody's perfect, and you've got to be patient with yourself. And anybody can learn to paint. You just have to be patient. In fact, I'm getting ready to start giving art classes at my house.
Well, I know you used to do art classes at the Mercer County Art Gallery when it was open. And you've talked about doing, I don't know if you call it a podcast, but you were talking about doing a video channel of teaching people.
I was just talking about that today with my friend Alona and her daughter. We're going to do it. Anyone can learn to paint. You could have one apple in the middle of the room and 10 people, and that apple will be totally different. So you got to tell people, you don't have to be like everybody else. Some people might see different colors, and it's just all individual.
What's Happening Goldie will be back after this break. This is The Rooster, WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
Hello, it's Dr. Matthew Duggar with Matthew Duggar Eye Care in Harrodsburg. Let me tell you about our affordable eyewear pricing. If you just need distance or near only glasses, we offer a frame, thinner lens, and non-glare coating for $119. We offer a frame, Zeiss Progressive no-line bifocal, and thinner lens with non-glare coating for $299. We want you to feel comfortable coming to our office to buy glasses. To schedule an eye exam with me, Dr. Matthew Duggar in Harrodsburg, call 859-605-2214.
Brightleaf Golf Resort invites local golfers to come out and enjoy golf. Monday through Thursday, play with cart for just $45. Friday through Sunday is $50. Try our par 3 at night. And when you're hungry, swing by the 19th Hole Restaurant. Brightleaf Golf Resort in Harrodsburg.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
Mostly sunny today with a high of 90. Partly cloudy tonight and a low of 64. Chance of showers and thunderstorms after 2 tomorrow. Partly sunny, high of 87. Tomorrow night, chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy, low of 63. Starting our work week off on Monday, we got a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Partly sunny, high of 86.
You're listening to WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
She is a nurse, an artist, a singer, a performer, but she's also an author. So I'm talking about the one and only Gemma Sigler. Why don't you tell us about your book?
My husband and I bought a farm in Harrodsburg in like 1900 and 2000. I'm sorry. I'm going back in the old days. I'm not that old. In 2000, I loved it. I just loved the farm. We lived in Louisville. I was always gardening and planting things, and my husband threatened to put my poster at the nursery saying, "Do not sell any more plants to this woman." But I love plants and I love nature. So we bought this farm. And he died in 2013, and I left the city and moved to the farm, and I live in a little house. I just love the farm. I got iced in, and I thought, I always wanted to write a book, and I used to write books in my head, but never got them down on paper. So I thought I'll write a book. So I wrote a book, and I wanted to tell about a woman who was on her own and the things she had to do to survive. And it's called Ruby Rose Going Home. You can get it on Amazon. You don't have to. I used to sell it here at the bookstore, and I'm working on the sequel, and I have a couple other books I have in my head. I just have to get them on paper or on the computer. But I love writing. I just found out, besides singing, I love writing. Those are two things I love to do.
Gemma is very active in the community in different ways, especially through the Arts Council. Even though there's not an official office now, it's still up and running, is it not?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, the group of us are trying to keep it going. With the COVID and everything, it's hard to do that. But if any of you ever thought you couldn't paint, you're wrong. Anybody can learn to paint. It's not that hard. There's several people in town here, and I won't say their name, but one of them is a man I think he's probably about in his 70s, maybe 60s. He knew nothing about painting, and he's really, really doing kind of self-taught, and he's really, really got some nice paintings going. He puts them on Facebook, and very impressed. My husband painted apples when he was 83. I have him framed in my house, and he did a really nice job.
Well, you said you were going to begin teaching at your farm. If somebody's interested in that, how do they get in touch with you?
They can just give me a call. 502-609-3419. No porn things, though.
Yeah, we have enough of that. And they can find you on Facebook. And it's under Gemma Sigler. So you just find her on Facebook. In closing, what's the best advice you have ever been given?
To be myself. I think it's something I just know, but I've heard it through my life. My mom had told me that. My mom was so awesome. She had French heritage, and they're kind of like c'est la vie. She would say, one of the kids in the neighborhood would get mad at me or my sister, my mom. "Oh, don't worry about it." She was one of those, don't worry about anything. They'll be happy with you tomorrow, and they'll be coming through the front door tomorrow. And she never worried about anything. She was always, just don't worry about it. It'll all take care of itself. And she would say, if you believe you can do it, you can do it. So I think I got a lot of that from her. And my dad was a self-made man. He didn't make his own self, but he was a machinist. He didn't go in World War II because he had perforated eardrums. He decided he wanted to build us a house. He found a builder in a subdivision close by where he was going to build his house. He'd go over to the job site every day and see what they're doing. Then he'd come back and do it to our property. And that's how he learned to build. And he became a pretty big builder in Louisville. And then he opened up his own swimming pool business, and he became the top pool builder in Louisville. He named the business after me and my sister. Her name was Marilyn. It was called Gemar Pools. Aww. This is interesting. He was thinking about building pools, and most of them back then were concrete. He went to the fair, and he saw a silo, a big round silo. So he talked to the guy from Clayton and Lambert, which is in LaGrange, Kentucky, and said, would that silo hold water? He said, yeah, but why would you want it to hold water? And he said, I'm thinking about building a swimming pool out of those panels, just not as tall as that, but, you know. And so he and this gentleman got together, and they had the pools enameled, blue color, and he started building swimming pools, and you never had to paint them. They were like your bathtub. Wow. And he was the top pool builder in Louisville for many, many years, and I swam a lot in our swimming pool. We had every kid in the neighborhood in our swimming pool, and I grew up in water. That's why I'm all wrinkly.
Gemma, it's as always. I have to schedule at least a 2-hour class with you because we talk a lot before we ever get around to singing, but then we sing a lot. Yeah. And I know this is going to be an impossible question, but do you really, truly have one favorite song that you sing?
I do love them all. I'm a fool to love you. I love that song.
Yeah, that's
but I do love them all.
Yeah, she does. She lets me know with every song. We do have a blast. So. But thank you so much for being my guest.
We're going to take a short break, but What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN, The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
It's now open. Dana Brook Farm and Amusements. Bring the whole family to the pumpkin patch and corn maze. Take a trip down the zip line or get the bracelet for unlimited rides on the teacup, carousel, roller coaster, spin and swing, cowboy ride, and much more. A pet and zoo, moms, and food too. Located in Mercer County off US 127, it's a family fun heaven. Dana Brook Farms and Amusements. For more information or for group rates, go to DanaBrookFarms.com. That's DanaBrookFarms.com. Now open for the fall, y'all.
Hunger does not discriminate. It impacts the elderly woman who greets you at church, the little boy who sits next to your child at school, the working mother who cuts your hair. In fact, God's Pantry Food Bank is providing food assistance to 1 in 7 people in central and eastern Kentucky. You can help us in the fight. For every $1 donated to God's Pantry Food Bank, we can distribute 4.5 meals to people in need. To find out how you can help, visit godspantry.org or call 859-255-6592.
You're listening to WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
Gemma just recently did her own showcase at Studio G. And here is Gemma Ziegler singing Moonlight Serenade.
I stand at your gates, and the song that I sing is of moonlight. I stand and I wait for the touch of your hand in the June night. The roses are sighing a moonlight serenade. The stars are aglow, and tonight how their light sets me dreaming. My love, do you know that your eyes are like stars brightly beaming? I bring you and sing you a moonlight serenade.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Lisa Taylor. Tributes continue for Charlie Cook after he was fatally shot last week at a college campus in Utah. Morgan Chesky has more.
Supporters gathering from Massachusetts to Minnesota. It comes ahead of this weekend's funeral and a massive memorial at Arizona's State Farm Stadium that will be attended by both President Trump and Vice President Vance.
The Department of Homeland Security has declared the event Special Event Assessment Rating Level 1, reserved for events of high national significance. A federal lawyer who was pressured by President Trump to press fraud charges against New York Attorney General Letitia James has reportedly resigned. Sources tell the Washington Post that U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert resigned after Trump told reporters earlier Friday that he wanted him out. James has been targeted by Trump since he won a civil fraud case against him. An appeals court later threw out the $500 million financial penalty. The top 3 elected officials in New York are now officially endorsing Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani for mayor. Andrew Whitman has more.
Mamdani completed the leadership sweep Friday afternoon when State Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins endorsed the assemblyman leading the polls. Governor Kathy Hochul started the trend when she backed Mamdani Sunday, and State Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie did the same Wednesday. Mamdani's had less success with state Democrats in national leadership positions. Neither Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer nor House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries have backed the Democratic Socialist.
A Democratic congressional candidate says she was tossed to the ground by ICE agents during a protest in Illinois. More from Jim Forbes.
The incident happened Friday during a protest outside an ICE facility in suburban Chicago. Congressional candidate Kat Abugazela was captured on video getting pushed to the ground. Abugazela says she was trying to help another protester when an agent lifted her up and threw her down. ICE agents also used tear gas. At least 2 people were arrested during the clash.
You're listening to the latest on NBC News Radio.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-577-2648. That's 1-800-577-2648. Again, 1-800-577-2648.
President Trump is suggesting the FCC should take licenses away from TV networks that are overwhelmingly critical of him. Trump made the remarks Thursday aboard Air Force One, a day after Disney-owned ABC took Jimmy Kimmel off the air indefinitely.
They're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away. It will be up to Brendan Carr.
FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr had threatened to take action following Kimmel's comments about the alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk. The president said when all the evening shows are critical of him, they're not allowed to do that. They're an arm of the Democratic Party. A federal judge is dismissing President Trump's lawsuit against the New York Times. Scott Carr reports.
The judge says the complaint Trump's attorneys filed is too long and needs to be truncated to be considered. The president had sued the Times and several of its reporters for defamation, alleging it had acted with reckless disregard for the truth as it covered him in the lead up to the 2024 election. The judge has given Trump's attorneys 28 days to file an amended complaint. I'm Scott Carr.
The Army is confirming 4 crew members on a Black Hawk helicopter were killed in a crash in western Washington. The crash happened Wednesday night during a training flight. The Army says the soldiers were assigned to the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, also known as the Night Stalkers. Thurston County Sheriff's deputies tried to approach the wreckage after the fiery crash, but heat from the fire kept them away. The Army describes the incident as an aviation mishap. Tropical storm Gabrielle is expected to become the second hurricane of the Atlantic season this weekend. An advisory from the National Hurricane Center says Gabrielle is expected to pass somewhere to the east of Bermuda, but it's too soon to know what the exact impact will be on the island. The Hurricane Center warned that there's a chance tropical storm force winds could hit the island. The storm currently has maximum sustained winds of 50 miles per hour, and it's located east of the northern Leeward Islands. Lisa Taylor, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. A UK professor has been put on administrative leave after an inappropriate comment he made following the death of Charlie Kirk. Bradley Van Hook is an employee at UK who commented on the WKYT social media post of Kirk's death. In that comment, Van Hook quoted civil rights activist Clarence Darrow, saying, quote, "I've never wished a man dead, but I have read some obituaries with great satisfaction." A spokesperson for UK said that Van Hook's comment was, quote, "cruel and wrong," and the Herald Leader reported that he had been put on paid administrative leave. Kentuckians are asked to share their opinion on the future of preservation across the Commonwealth by answering questions in a public survey. You can find that survey online, where your answers will then help shape the 2028 to 2038 statewide historic preservation plan. The plan in turn will set the vision and direction for preserving the state's unique heritage. You can find the survey online at heritage.ky.gov. I'm Joe Mathis.
If you use electric appliances in the bathroom, garage, or outdoors, any place where moisture is present, you need a GFCI. The folks at your local electric cooperative want you to know that a GFCI, or ground fault circuit interrupter, will help you use those appliances safely by protecting you from electrical shocks. If you'd like to learn more about GFCIs, call your local electric cooperative. We're Kentucky's electric cooperatives, and our power is our people.
Inter-County Energy, a Touchstone Energy Cooperative.
Hey everybody, this is Derek Gray with the Mercer County Tourist Commission, and we are excited for our new app, Visit Mercer County KY. Head on over to the App Store, type in Visit Mercer County KY. You should see the new city logo with the navy background and the white H. Home screen here has attractions, food and drink, lodging, to-do, events, my plan, login, notifications, and tutorials. We are excited about the app, and whether you're a local or a visitor, we hope this enhances your experience when you come to Mercer County.
Are you considering a new home purchase or maybe a remodel? Are you looking for a stable partner you can trust to help you understand your options? This is Jason Tyler. I'm a loan officer at Whitaker Bank in Harrodsburg. As part of your community, I'm here to help you understand the best options for you today and in the future. Give me a call at 859-734-3316 and let me show you what Uniquely Kentucky means. Whitaker Bank is Uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
It's 9:07.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
Mostly sunny today with a high of 90. Partly cloudy tonight and a low of 64. Chance of showers and thunderstorms after 2 tomorrow. Partly sunny, high of 87. Tomorrow night, chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy, low of 63. Starting our work week off on Monday, we got a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Partly sunny, high of 86. It's time once again for Breakfast with the Football Coaches and Players, live from the old bus station restaurant on South Greenville Street. Breakfast with the Coaches is brought to you by Farmers National Bank, J.B. Dunn Shelter Insurance, 101 Business Solutions, Whitaker Bank, the Big Deals online store at HometownLive.net, and the old bus station restaurant. Now let's go out live to the old bus station restaurant and your host, Dan Yates.
Good morning and welcome to Breakfast with the Coaches. We're live here from the old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg, South Greenville Street. I am here with several young men this morning. Coach True, you and I and Todd Davis called the ball game last night and thought it was an excellent ball game. We came up on the short end, but some good football play.
Yeah, absolutely. And, a lot of great things to work off of from last night. Depending on whether you want to, obviously special teams, offense, defense did some good things in the second half that we really thought was good. And so put some points on the board, had the lead in the second half, and crowd was into it. Big crowd last night. So shout out to Mercer County faithful coming out last night and supporting. So
it was a slow start, but the crowd just kept trickling in. I looked over and I think I counted 73 cars in the tailgating area over there a little after halftime, but it was a beautiful evening. We had the little football players and the little cheerleaders. There must have been, 150 of them maybe, but and then we had the Mercer County marching band, and they were performing their competition routine, and they did a fabulous job, and it was just a beautiful night at historic Alvis Johnson Stadium.
Yes, most definitely so, and tough Southwestern team that Mercer's been playing, for the last several years.
And you made the comment. Tell them about the lineage of that in the last 10 years.
Yeah, it looks like from what we could pull back up, it went back to 2007. I've had some really good games here recently, and Mercer has won 3 times out of the 10 prior to last night. So, but a very competitive Southwestern team. That's a 5A school that's typically gone into the second, sometimes third round of the playoffs. So very good opponent, and Mercer held their own last night. So proud to see that.
Well, Coach, it's in your own scribble, so I'm going to let you take us through the scoring sequence there real quick. It started off really fast in the first part of the game, first quarter there.
So you're saying you can't read my writing?
There's no need for me to struggle when it's your hieroglyphics, okay?
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you got off, Southwestern went up, got the first score, 2-point conversion, up 8-0, but then Mercer came back with a really nice drive to answer down the field, and Jacob Sanford, who obviously is here with us this morning, a 5-yard touchdown pass, his first of 4.
First of 4.
And so from Cornelius Mapp, 5 yards out, and then Lopez's kick made it 8-7. That was at 6:47 there in the first quarter. Southwestern answered back, went down the field, scored on a 5-yard touchdown run. 2-point or the extra point was good, so it was 15-7 at that point. But then immediately Mercer comes back, scores 1 minute and 24-second drive down the field, and one of the things we talked a whole lot about last night was a lot of receivers got into the game, got action.
They sure did.
Cornelius was sharing the ball with a lot of different guys, and we talked about Brogle with a good game, and just a lot of variety, so to speak. And so this was a Jacob Sanford 20-yard touchdown pass with 1:13 to go in the first quarter. Lopez's kick made it 15-14, and that's how the first quarter ended. Southwestern did come back, and that was one of those calls that, it seems like we never get some of those calls, but fumble there after we'd come up with a stop, I believe it was, and we thought the replay, the guys that were able to see these replays up in the booth, we wish that sometimes the coaches could do a challenge like you see in college and in the pros, but it sure looked from the angle we saw that the knee was down. Ball came out. Southwestern got it, had a short field, scored again, go up 23-14, and then scored before the half on another Benedict touchdown run, was up 29-14 at the half. And then that's when everything kind of changed. Maybe Cornelius, maybe you can talk a little bit about this here in a second, but Titans come out of the half and decide to go onside kick. Was that something got discussed at halftime, or?
We didn't really discuss it at halftime. I guess it was just a game time decision,
Gotcha.
And they felt like we were able to do it, and we got an onside kick, so it was definitely a good call.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about it, Chase Lopez has been 100% on his PATs all year long. Yeah. And then you guys come out and execute this onside kick perfectly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a great kick.
And I guess we're just not used to those kinds of special teams plays. But we talked about it in the booth early that based on the stats that we'd seen, we've had more success passing than them, and they've had a whole lot more success running than we have.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how the game played out. So we said, well, this is probably going to come down to special teams. And special teams were really important last night.
Yeah, and that was the first of 2 back-to-back onside kicks that we talked about we had never seen before. And Mercer came up with both of them. First one led to a Jacob Sanford 19-yard touchdown pass from Mapp. And then Mercer went for the 2-point try there. Walk us through that just a little bit. It looked like you had a little jump pass.
Yeah, it's our moto huddle. So we just, in practice all week, we have 2 play calls for it, and then we can shift to a field goal. And we knew when there's 2 linebackers just walk down like that, Cohen's able to run up the field, and he's going to be there. So you just got to elevate and get the ball to Cohen, and it's there.
It was a nice looking play. You know, what kind of messes with people is that Cohen is the guy that snaps you the ball, and everybody's like, he can't. Well, of course he can, because he's the man that's on the end of the line of scrimmage right there. But what a slick play! And I mean, it was executed. It was right at the right time as well.
Yeah, and that happened just the beginning of the third quarter. I cut the lead 29-22. Mercer came back, went onside kick once again. I believe Connor Ward came up with that one, but went down the field quickly, scored in less than a minute. Once again, this time was Jacob Sanford 24-yard touchdown pass from Mapp. And Mercer also went for it once again and got the 2-point conversion. Morning, sir. And took the 30-29 lead at that point with 6:27 left to go there in the third quarter. So outstanding comeback from the Titans after being down 29-14 at the half.
Well, I tell you what, Coach, we've got a wonderful group of young men here this morning. I'm sorry, did you make it all the way through the sequence there?
From what I wanted to get through, Southwestern scored the last 3 times, so but that was
the
bright spots that Mercer fought back.
Coach, let's go around the table here real quick. We've got number 71, Ryan Lake, with us, number 6, Jaden Saylor, number 33, Jacob Sanford, number 29, Brennan Taylor, number 4, Torian Best, number 21, Braden McGuffey, number 3, Cornelius Mapp, who's on the phones with us now, and number 27, Cohen Sanford. What a great-looking group of young people down here this morning. And, guys, we just want to say welcome and thank you for last evening. And it was a good football game. It was like one of those games you kind of look out your kitchen window and they're playing in the backyard, you know. But we saw so many good things happen last night. But, Cornelius, you, as Gary said just a second ago, you kind of spread the ball around last night. I know you're going through certain progressions, reads, and so forth, but just tell us what it's like to drop back there and be in that position.
I mean, I like the feeling, of course, because you're in control of the offense. You touch the ball every play, and, you know, I know my receivers are able to get open and make plays, and it's nice when you have 5 receivers that are able to get receptions all game.
Right. I mean, you've had guys step up like Brogel last night.
But we had a great game.
Fantastic game, and Torian Bess as well. And you really just shared the ball with everybody in the group. But what's your favorite part of the game as a quarterback or as a defender? Because you also play deep on the secondary for us.
What's my favorite part of the game?
Yeah.
I'd say I like to run the ball a lot. For
Yeah, when you bounced out of the pocket there, heading away from the scoreboard, you had a really nice run up the sideline. In fact, you had a couple of runs last night. More importantly, though, you got out of bounds.
Yeah.
Gary, I can remember back in the day when we had to teach our quarterbacks how to run out of bounds. I ain't gonna mention any names over there, but yeah, it's a very smart thing to do, and it's a game management issue as well. But Cornelius, we appreciate you very much, and thank you for being here. Pass those phones down to Cohen Sanford there, number 27.
Yes, sir.
And we've got Ryan Lake on the phones with us. Ryan, you have some size about you. I'm going to tell you.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, you're a senior, but man, you had a great effort last night. Your whole team did.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We tried our best.
What? Tell me about your position and your responsibilities.
I play right tackle and also play 3 technique on the D-line. I had a tough matchup last night, but...
Well, you know, we were talking about that in the booth. We were talking about it when the coin was flipped. I could actually pull it up here on the video, but there were a couple of guys that were, let's just say it, bigger than you, okay?
Yeah, they were good.
But I thought you guys did a nice job in the interior line at certain phases of the game. But so how do you prepare for Bardstown for next week?
Bardstown, I know they run a 5-3, so we basically got to man up, make sure that we get all our blocks.
Nice. What's your favorite part of the game? I know you've played on both sides of the ball and so forth, but
I just like playing in general.
Okay.
I like hitting people. I like playing.
Okay. Nice. Nice. Well, that is a great-looking plate of French toast and sausage, and for both of you guys, I mean, Cornelius is sitting over here grinning ear to ear, Coach. But anyway, folks, we're out. If you're out and about this morning, swing down here by the old bus station, Greenville Street in Harrodsburg. Grab some breakfast, grab some brunch. But folks are out here having a great time this morning, and we've got a wonderful-looking group of young men here with us. But we're going to take our first break, and we'll be back in 3 minutes.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi. Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe insurance should adjust to fit your needs. That's why we work with you to design an auto, home, and life insurance plan that's particular to you. Insurance that fits just right. And Shelter is known for our award-winning customer service, satisfied customers, and a plan for you. Ready to check us out? Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
I'm Jamie Dunn, your local Shelter Insurance agent. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at come101.com. That's come, to101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
Now available at Farmers National Bank, free checking and a free gift. Simply open a new Farmers National Bank personal or business checking account and receive a free gift. Minimum required deposit is only $50. We make the process fast and easy. Call 866-888-0220 or stop into one of our 12 convenient locations. Farmers National Bank, with locations in Danville, Bergen, Harrodsburg, Junction City, Lancaster, Perryville, Stanford, Liberty, and Middleburg. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Attention football fans, if you like football, you're going to love the DQ Pigskin Report. Monday nights from 6 to 7 on WHBN and WHIR.
We interview the area high school football coaches of Danville, Boyle County, Garrett County, Lincoln County, Mercer County,
and Center College's Andy Fry and color analyst Jeff Picaro of UK.
It's the Pigskin Report Mondays from 6 o'clock until 7 live from the Harrodsburg Dairy Queen on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and hometownlive.net.
Good morning and welcome back to Breakfast with the Coaches. My name is Stan Yates. I'm your host. I'm here with Gary True, one of my Friday night partners. If we just had Todd Davis down here this morning, we kind of had a little bit of a promise that he'd be down here. We tempted him with French toast and pancakes, but he's a no-show, Coach. I don't know what we're going to do with him.
He didn't really commit to
He
it.
didn't, did he?
He was being very
He said, yeah, I might. Speaking of might and mighty, let's look down here at number 27, Cohen Sanford. Good morning, sir.
Morning. How y'all doing?
We're doing great. You played a good football game last night.
I appreciate it.
And I think you guys are finding the things that you do well.
Yeah, I agree.
But what was your vision or opinion of the ball game last night?
I think we all played pretty good. There's definitely some things that we definitely need to work on. Defense, I think they ran the ball pretty good, and I think we can adjust from that, learn what to do. just do the right thing.
You know, we normally talk about you down here on the offensive side of the ball, but last night you were like a little warrior over there on defense. You guys were showing blitz on a couple of occasions, and then you'd back out of it, but and then you would come off the edge. And I mean, I remember there was one time on a high snap that you made a fantastic tackle on the quarterback. He just couldn't get away from you, and you were on a beeline. Walk me through that play.
So he called the blitz. I seen it. It was back to the opposite side. He came try to block me, but I showed it really late, so they didn't really have any idea I was coming. Timed it up pretty good and seen the high snap, so that gave me an advantage. Squared up, make a tackle.
Nice. It was a very good play. But so how do you get prepared for next week?
I think we look at our mistakes from this week, learn what they do, watch film on them, and just get to it.
Nice. Well, I think you guys are on the right track and doing a great job, Coach.
Yeah, just congratulations on a great performance last night. And when we were talking to Cornelius there, and I guess I didn't realize that when the play actually happened that you were snapping the ball there on the huddle on the extra point that Mercer went for 2 on. But talk to us a little bit about that play. I mean, how much y'all work on that in practice, and is there other varieties out of that you can do with it?
Yeah, so Coach Brown, he does a really good job with our special teams. That play out of the muddle huddle, we can do either like red, it's our run, so I can toss it to the back behind the lineman, he can run behind them, or the blue, what we did last night, I snap it to Corny, and they got to make a decision on defense, either come tackle Corny or I'm going to be in the end zone, he can just pop it off to me. So it really just works out pretty good.
Yeah, neat play.
Nice play. Very nice. Well, does anybody want to give a shout out to this morning?
Just my parents. I appreciate all they do for me. My coaches. We got a really good group of coaches. And God.
Good job.
Great.
Well, number 27, we appreciate you what you do on Friday evenings, and we will talk to you down here again soon, I'm sure.
All right, I appreciate you.
If you would, let's try and get that mic over to number 6 over there, Jaden Saylor. There we go. Coach, this is the tough part, navigating through here with a short cord. But
absolutely.
Yeah, we're just grateful to have these kids down here this morning. Jaden Saylor, number 6. How are you this morning?
I'm well.
Okay, I hope you have a better week than last, because I know you kind of struggled. You were one of several that just didn't feel well last week, but I don't think that impacted your performance. It's always exciting when you get the football in your hands. I guess it's kind of frustrating, but on the other hand, it's there's an honor and some respect to it. But nobody's kicking you the ball anymore. They wouldn't kick it to you.
Yeah, I mean, each way I lined up, they just kicked to the opposite side.
Yeah. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, that's because you're dangerous with the ball in your hands. Tell me what it's like. I mean, special teams are unique anyway, but when you get the ball and you've got 11 guys coming at you, what are you looking for? What are you looking at? What are you trying to find there in that window?
Hit the hole, go fast.
That's pretty short and sweet.
I knew it was going to be simple. That's awesome, man. Well, you've got some speed, and your coach talks about not only having speed, but your quickness. And I appreciate what you guys do as wide receivers, but your first 3 steps, you're already at linebacker level and working on up into the secondary. I mean, you've got an amazing takeoff.
Thank you.
And I think that all you guys do a really good job at that. But, yeah. What's your favorite part of the game?
Being with my teammates. Just seeing everybody happy, making plays. It's a great feeling.
I like that. There's a leader, Coach.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We were noticing, Jaden, that there was a couple of times, obviously, y'all realized they weren't going to kick the ball deep. So the 3 deep guys were kind of getting together. You know, we're trying to, I guess, fool them a little bit on which side you were going to go to, and just still a little bit of strategy involved there. Obviously, it's trying to get you in the right spot where you can get the ball.
It's just like, I mean, Eva lined up, they just kicked it away every time.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I went to the front, They kicked it deeper.
Well, yeah, we noticed that one time you were up on the second line all the way over there, and it looked like you all had switched. They called a timeout or something, or might have had a false start. I can't remember. And then you all switched sides, and they kicked it over to the other side.
Me and Toria switched.
Yeah, that's wild. Well, it's an honor to have other teams respect you and your athleticism. But so, in your opinion, what do you got to do to get ready to walk our way through this district play?
Have good effort and come out Monday, practice hard, watch film, be together.
Yeah.
Communicate.
Yeah. Well, I think that's awesome. I appreciate your comments on the importance of team and what it means to you. That's special. But you want to give a shout out to anybody before we pass the phones on down?
My coaches, parents.
Okay. Who's your mom and dad? Who's your parents?
Nikki Saylor and Louise Saylor.
Nice, nice. Well, number 6, Jaden Saylor, thank you very much. And if you'll pass that, we may have to get you two to switch or, bring Sanford up here. That would be awesome. Thank you, Ryan Lake. Always a gentleman. Coach, we're going to get to talk to a guy that caught 4 touchdown passes last night. And it's been I can't file back through there and remember when we've had one guy catch 4 in the same evening. But he's got a talent. All right, 3-3, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good.
How you doing? 4 TDs last night from quarterback Cornelius Mapp. All of them different and unique.
Yes, sir. And thank you to Corny for throwing me those.
Yeah. You know, it's the little things that we look for and we often see up top. But you had a corner route, and correct me if I'm wrong, on one of your touchdowns.
Yes.
Corny got flushed out of the pocket, and he's rolling right, approaching you, and you came back out of that back pylon in the end zone to the front of the end zone. And you had a guy all over your back. But you extended your arms more so than normal, I would say, and just walk us through that.
I think that was just backyard football. Just all those times Corny threw it to him in middle school at recess.
Okay, so this goes back decade, right?
I don't know. The ball wasn't even to me. It was there, and I put my arms out and ended up coming down with it.
Because I think it was Saylor that was on the same side, and he was actually right there at the goal line and the out-of-bounds line. Well, anyway, it was a great play, but what an honor to receive 4 different touchdowns like that in the game.
You know, Coach East just said, and we were kind of asking this question last night, that 4 TDs in one game by a player is a school record.
That's awesome.
So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
But I got to ask this question. Maybe it's on your mind. I don't know. We've seen this young man the last 2-3 years back and forth. Tell me your favorite catch.
Oh, man.
Come on. I know when it was.
Yeah, it's probably sophomore year against Lincoln County.
Yeah.
The one-handed catch in the
one-handed
corner
catch
of the
in
end
the
zone.
back corner of the end zone. Wow.
Well, there was one that was just a couple of games later, I think. Lincoln wasn't the home game, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was. That's what it. Yeah, that's the one.
Because his back was to us.
It was to us,
and we couldn't really see until he turned around and had the ball. That was one of the best catches I've seen in high school football.
Absolutely, and you know, you just have really good hand-eye coordination. I don't know where that came from and so forth, but there's a lot of people that would like to see you wear their jersey next season, I'm sure. And we won't unveil any of that, but whatever you want to say about it is fine. But I know more importantly, though, you are about team.
Yes.
Every time we've ever spoke to you, it's not been about you. It's been about this football team and the young men you're around this table with.
I can't get the ball unless Corny throws it to me, and he can't get it out if the line don't block. And ultimately, Coach East has to call the play.
Yeah.
So it all has to work together.
That's the finesse side of it. Let's flip sides. When you're over on the D-line, talk to us about that.
On the D-line, it's more about technique and just reading your keys. For me, it's less about just going out there and doing what I know how to do. It's step to where I'm supposed to step and do what I'm supposed to do to get to where I need to be, and then just make the tackle.
Right. So most of the time you have containment responsibilities, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
make sure
that's not
everyone's
easy
inside.
to do because you got to make sure everything stays inside so the rest of your team can make the tackle.
And a lot of times I catch myself going for the ball.
Right.
And sometimes they go up my gap. But that was more of a problem earlier in the season. I've tried to fix that.
Yeah. Nice. Well, Cohen, it's always good to talk to you and all of these guys, but we always have our eyes on number 3-3 when you're out there on the field. But want to give a shout out to anybody before we move on?
Obviously, God, my family, coaches, all just being there, getting me to where I am today.
Nice. Well, you're a fine young man, and we're glad to have you down here this morning.
Yeah.
So
congratulations on setting a school record like that.
Oh, amen. I mean, I'm sorry I overlooked that, but yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible.
I mean, there's been some tremendous receivers that came through Mercer in the last just what we've been doing 20 years, whatever, and you can think of 4 in one game. I mean, that's amazing.
And even before that, I remember Eddie Long, who is a graduate of Mercer County High School, who is he is the offensive coordinator at Kentucky Country Day now, played at Georgetown College. But, back in Eddie's eras when we first started, seeing more passing in high school football. But he, at that time, had most of the records, but never a 4 TD game. But anyway, number 33, Cohen, Jacob Sanford, thank you so much. And let's get our next victim up here in the chair if we could.
Hopefully they didn't eat the rest of your pancakes down there. It's dangerous to get up and leave a plate of food down there amongst all these football players,
That's called trust among teammates right there. That's what that is. But, all right, I think in the chair now we have number 29.
Yes,
We've
sir.
got Brennan Taylor. Brennan, we mentioned your name a couple of times last night on some really good plays.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you do and what your responsibilities are with this football team.
I play middle linebacker. I play kickoff return, punt. We had some really good plays on special teams last night on the onside kick, 2 onside kick backs to back. That was really good.
They had some good tackles on the kickoff team last night too. I remember we saw you in there and called your name out. And
yeah, I wrote his name down on a couple of sheets here. What's your favorite part of the game for you personally?
My favorite part of the game probably just like being together as a team, getting excited. When we make good plays, big plays. So yeah, it's probably my biggest part.
Brennan, you're a senior. What are you going to do next year? What are your plans for the future?
I want to be a sports psychologist when I go to college. I've been filling out a couple of applications for that, so that's what I want to do.
Now, do you pursue that through a athletic program? Are there different names for programs like that?
Maybe EKU. I'm going there. I'm going to try to go there.
Sport management, I believe, is what I was looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to follow that, like sports management.
Yeah. Well, good for you.
Yes,
good
sir.
for you. You got a plan, in other words, right?
Yes, sir.
What's this team got to do to get better?
I feel like we just got to keep working. Stay together. We're all brothers on the football field. And I feel like if we keep working, we're gonna end up getting there.
That's interesting that you say that because, as you well know, we're not in charge. We're just not.
Yes, sir.
And maybe this team isn't meant to be the one that has that terrific record and makes the big run or whatever. Maybe something else more important is brewing here. And I think maybe that's kind of the vibe that I get from all of you.
Yes, sir.
Because you all mention each other and about this bond that you have. And that's one of the things football as a vehicle does.
Yes, sir.
But, Coach, I don't know. We got some awfully nice young men down here this morning.
Well, like you said, Coach, the record's not where I know any of these guys want it to be, and that's okay. That's okay. But the one thing we've heard everyone to a T say is my brothers, my teammates. What do I do in my off time? I enjoy being around them.
Exactly.
That's a bond that you'll develop and 20 years down the road, Brendan, you're going to still think about what happened, this senior season. Might not be all the wins and losses, but it's going to be the friendships and the times that you had just hanging out with the guys and a lot of that stuff. That's something you'll cherish forever.
And, fortunately, I can say as far back as 50 years plus that I remember the same things you're talking about. And you guys are on the right path.
Yes, sir.
You absolutely are. But we're glad you're here this morning. And he doesn't look like a middle linebacker to me, Coach. So that tells me he's got some other innate abilities. Yeah, but tell us about middle linebacker. Why do you like that?
I like hitting. You got to come downfield, make the tackle, make the play. Yeah. There could be times where it's hard, but you just got to get through it.
Yeah. Well, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to this morning?
Yeah, actually Jacob Sanford beat the record last night for a receiving touchdown.
That's awesome.
In a single game. It's really good.
Awesome. Well, we're glad you're here, son, and you're a good teammate. Yes, absolutely. Coach, we're going to slide out of here and get a 3-minute break real quick. Let these guys finish up their breakfast, and then we've got a couple more players we want to talk to, but we'll take a 3-minute break.
Thank you, sir. Best of luck to you. Appreciate you.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi. Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at come101.com. That's come, to101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
Did you get us switched over to shelter insurance?
Actually, I found a deal online.
You did? Does your deal come with award-winning customer service?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Does the deal include a local agent?
Doesn't actually say.
Can we create a customized plan that fits our needs? Let's just call the local shelter agent.
For insurance that fits just right, find a shelter agent near you.
I'm Jamie Dunn, your local shelter insurance agent. We're your shield, we're your shelter.
Now available at Farmers National Bank, free checking and a free gift. Simply open a new Farmers National Bank personal or business checking account and receive a free gift. Minimum required deposit is only $50. We make the process fast and easy. Call 866-888-0220 or stop into one of our 12 convenient locations. Farmers National Bank, with locations in Danville, Bergen, Harrodsburg, Junction City, Lancaster, Perryville, Stanford, Liberty, and Middleburg. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Attention football fans, if you like football, you're going to love the DQ Pigskin Report. Monday nights from 6 to 7 on WHBN and WHIR.
We interview the area high school football coaches of Danville, Boyle County, Garrett County, Lincoln County, Mercer County,
and Center College's Andy Fry and color analyst Jeff Picaro of UK.
It's the Pigskin Report Mondays from 6 o'clock until 7 live from the Harrodsburg Dairy Queen on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and hometownlive.net.
Good morning and welcome back to Breakfast with the Coaches. I'm your host, Dan Yates, and my co-host this morning is Coach Gary True. Coach, it's good to be out and about this morning. Beautiful morning.
Absolutely. I was just looking around out here. They're almost going to have to get them a hostess up front because they got one open table right now.
That's right. These are community people here. Attorney David Taylor's over here with his family and some out-of-town folks. But it's a place where anybody can come and just have a great meal. And Laura White does such a fabulous job here and allows us to come out here and take up 2 tables and bring these young men in. And coaches, it's the first time this year we've had any of the guys down here, and what a wonderful group of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And
just tell.
Look forward to talking to our next couple of players coming up here.
We got number 4, Torian Bess, out here. Torian, we mentioned your name several times last night. You're kind of come out of the woodwork. Welcome to the show this morning.
Thank you.
Tell me about last night's ball game. It was a really competitive football game.
Yeah, pretty back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth. But you had a couple of big plays. I remember, let's see, I have you down here I have you down for 2 or 3 catches, and then you caught a 2-point conversion catch, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
Walk us through that play.
It was I was out there alone, and I know he was aligned inside, so I just had to get close to him and cut it inside fast.
Yeah, it was nice, and I saw you lined up there on another play, a couple of plays like that where you had that inside route, and yeah. What's it like when you see all that grass and you're just thinking, hope Corny sees me out here?
I just got to look the ball in and try to get upfield and get as many yards as I can, get the first down, keep it moving.
Well, I made the comment, I think, last night that you guys, when you know you're not going to get the ball, you guys do a pretty good job of blocking downfield as well. I saw a couple of you guys engaged in those downfield blocks, and that's probably your least favorite thing to do.
I actually kind of like blocking.
Okay, all right.
We don't hear that very often.
You don't hear that. Yeah, I like that, but
that's good.
It's difficult. It's difficult to block another person in the open field where he can see where he wants to go based on what our running back's doing, and you can't see anything. You have to be totally reactionary.
You got to just trust the men behind you.
Yeah, but you guys do a really good job of getting off the football.
Yes, sir.
And getting into the secondary. What's your favorite part of the game?
I'd say I really like defense, making tackles.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Well, you wear number 4, and you've got a brother out there that wears number 12, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is he doing okay? I know he got a little banged up last night.
Yeah, he's doing good.
Good. Well, it's always good to see both you guys on the field. You want to give a shout-out to anybody this morning?
The Lord,
Okay.
Keep him in your life.
Okay. Another fine young man, Gary. It's interesting to be able to watch brothers play and go through this process at the same time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I was just curious, have you and your brother, have y'all played football together throughout your entire high school careers? Have you and your brother played together all your high school careers?
Yep, in our entire life.
Okay. Yep.
That's awesome. What's your best memory in the younger leagues and so forth, small fry or whatever?
He used to be a quarterback, and I was a tight end, and just him throwing it to me, just that connection.
He used to be a quarterback. What about that? Where's Corny? Well, I'll ask Corny later. So does he still have any quarterback skills at all?
I think he's a little rusty.
That's awesome. Well, I tell you what, buddy, it's great to have you down here, Torian, this morning.
Thank you.
Torian wears number 4, and we looking forward to see him against Bardstown next Friday night. Let's pass the phones over here, if you would, to number 21, Braden McGuffey. Coach, I think we've done pretty good. We've actually been able to talk to each and every one here with McGuffey putting on the phones.
You've muddle-huddled right through it.
Number 21, how are you this morning? Braden McGuffey.
How are you?
What's your favorite part of the game, son?
I guess just playing defense, getting to come down and hit somebody.
Yeah, we see you in the secondary at the free safety position.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You made some noise there late in the ball game last night, didn't you?
Yeah.
You came downhill and got engaged in a couple of tackles on the far sideline.
Yeah, I try to get in almost every tackle I can get my hands on.
Yeah. So, how'd you wind up playing that position?
So 8th grade year, I actually played linebacker and tight end because I was a little bit slower and a little bit bigger. And then after I went through freshman year and 8th grade year, I slimmed down a little bit. Now I wanted to try something new, so I thought free safety or strong safety would be a good fit, and just went right along with it.
A lot to do back there, a lot of reads to make. You're also responsible for getting other people in their right positions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Walk us through one of those plays.
So if, like, say we got trips to one side, we'd make a certain call so the corners know where to line up, and the linebacker knows how far to go out and who he has, or like what coverage they need to be in, like cover 3, cover 2, all that.
Nice. Coach, I think we got some coaching this young man over here at some point later on, maybe, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I was curious, you know, he's talking about going from tight end and back to the safety, and obviously, you know, when you get into high school, you change, your body changes, you know, you're working harder, you know, obviously like that. And I mean, obviously you've slimmed down and slimmed right into that position and being able to do that. And I know we're kind of walking back through a little bit of the film here this morning, just real quick, and I think it was run out to the right that you came all the way up and read it and knocked the guy out of bounds for like no gain, I believe it was, or maybe a yard at the most. But
made a really nice play.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, in your opinion, what's this team got to do to make this run through the district and pick some victories up?
I say we just stick together, keep the energy up, and take what we do in the first half all the way through to the fourth quarter.
Talk about that. You mentioned energy there, you know, and in the second half, you guys come out and you execute the 2 onside kicks. Offense goes down, scores, take a 1-point lead. I mean, the energy on the sideline, the atmosphere, student section, it was the loudest we've seen it, heard it all year long. How do you keep that going? I mean, that's something to build off of.
I say just to keep that going, let one good thing happen after another, and like all the small things, keep the energy up, even if it's not that big. Like say we get a first down on a run, just keep the energy up and keep everybody on their feet.
Yeah, great point.
Nice. I really appreciate that. Once again, Coach, team-oriented these players are individually. And what if we were to stop right now, what is your favorite memory with this group of guys here at the table and your current teammates?
I would say them letting me come in 8th grade year and just being a part of the family with them and carrying me all the way throughout my senior year.
Nice. Well, Coach, I'm kind of speechless. This is such a fine group of young people. Of course, it's the first time we've seen them this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And had them down here. But
so what did you have for breakfast?
I had the pancakes with sausage.
There you go, babe. That seems to be the favorite. I saw a lot of those floating around the table here.
Well, we were just talking a few minutes ago when I think Jacob got up and come down here, and he said, "Don't eat my pancakes." And he got like 4 guys sitting down there around that end of the table. I'm really surprised that when he went back, the pancakes were still there.
Yeah.
You know, something tells me that Sanford might be the clown on the team. Is there any possibility there? Huh?
He can be.
Yeah.
He knows when to be serious and when to joke around.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. Well, Coach, we're going to take our last break before we take our final break, and we're going to go back and let the station have about 3 minutes to talk about our sponsors.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at come101.com. That's come101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
Did you get us switched over to shelter insurance?
Actually, I found a deal online.
You did. Does your deal come with award-winning customer service?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Does the deal include a local agent?
Doesn't actually say.
Can we create a customized plan that fits our needs? Let's just call the local shelter agent.
For insurance that fits just right, find a shelter agent near you.
I'm Jamie Dunn, your local shelter insurance agent. We're your shield, we're your shelter.
Now available at Farmers National Bank, free checking and a free gift. Simply open a new Farmers National Bank personal or business checking account and receive a free gift. Minimum required deposit is only $50. We make the process fast and easy. Call 866-888-0220 or stop into one of our 12 convenient locations. Farmers National Bank, with locations in Danville, Bergen, Harrodsburg, Junction City, Lancaster, Perryville, Stanford, Liberty, and Middleburg. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Good morning and welcome back to Breakfast with the Coaches. We are live from the old bus station, Greenville Street, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Folks, if you are out and about, come on down and have breakfast or brunch with us. Coach, we have some special awards that we give out each Friday night. And there's some really intense voting and time spent on it. Walk us through our winners for last evening, Coach.
Yeah, absolutely. We do 4 awards each after each ball game, and Lineman Award brought to you by AJ's Car and Dry Clean Wash. Last night went to number 50 Weston Urban.
Coach, he's a soldier. You know, nothing starts until he does his job, which is to snap the ball. And we all take that for granted, but, you know, you're in shotgun, and I know quarterback map. He's not struggled with that at all. But our hats off to him and everything he does after the ball is snapped.
Next up is the delivery, which Titan will make the delivery tonight, and it's by 101 Business Solutions. And we gave that delivery from Map to Brogel on one of the big pass plays down the sideline. And, you know, Todd, I guess Todd finally woke up, so he just texted, as Cornelius was asking this morning, how many passing yards he had. He had 221.
Okay.
So nice night for him. Next up is our play of the game, and play of the game brought to you by CC Auto Parts and Service, and that was the 2 back-to-back onside kicks, beautifully executed.
Beautifully.
Chase Lopez, and, you know, it was so cool when we went back, and, you know, Corey, and just a great job that he does, and you get to see the replays. But when he dribbled that ball, and he was like running beside it, like, hey, you're not going to touch it, don't get it here.
Yeah.
And then he gets up there and blocks somebody, and great job. But
it was a fantastic play, both of them.
That was our play of the game, and then our customer promotional products player of the game last night. Obviously, Jacob Sanford with the school record 4 touchdown passes.
Yeah, awesome. Coach, you know, I just remembered Coach Keith Brown is in charge of those special teams, and I saw Coach Craig East come over and give him a fist bump after the first onside kick. So a lot of time spent on special teams, and but I want to thank Coach Brown for his input on that and his leadership as well. But
they had special teams had a big night. 2 two-point conversions, back-to-back after Titans had scored touchdowns there to take the lead on a couple of one was just a straight go on a 2-point try, and the other one was off the muddle huddle. So great job.
Well, Coach, we have another home game next week against Bardstown. Then we're away at Lexington Catholic on October the 10th after a break there. Casey County away on October 17th, and then it's back at Albus Johnson Field against Garrett County on October the 24th. And we play John Hardin on Halloween, October 31st. And that will be at John Hardin. So that's the remainder of our schedule. Coach, any closing comments?
Yeah, it's great to see these young men down here. Glad they were able to come, and best of luck to the Titans as we continue to march on through the season. District play next week.
Absolutely, Coach. We're grateful for these young men that are here this morning.
Thanks
Folks,
to the sponsors.
we want to thank all of our sponsors. Jamie Dunn, Shelter Insurance, 101 Business Solutions. I don't know. I don't have them written down this morning. I've got them, but I don't know where they're at. But we just want to thank them and for allowing us to be on the air. This has been Breakfast with the Coaches. We'll talk to you next week.
Farmers National Bank. Join us next week at the same time for Breakfast with the Mercer County coaches and players. Every Saturday morning live at the old bus station restaurant, South Greenville Street. It's live 9 to 10 right here on WHBN Harrodsburg. The Rooster, your community voice since 1955.
NBC News Radio, I'm Lisa Taylor. President Trump is suggesting the FCC should take away licenses of TV networks that are overwhelmingly critical of him. Trump made the remarks Thursday aboard Air Force One, a day after Disney-owned ABC took Jimmy Kimmel off the air. The FCC had threatened to take action following the comedian's comments about the alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk. When asked if the FCC commissioner, Brendan Carr, should go after other talk show hosts, Trump said maybe their licenses should be taken away. The president said all the evening shows are critical of him and claimed they're not allowed to do that. A Florida federal judge is throwing out President Trump's lawsuit against the New York Times. Liz Warner reports.
According to Judge Stephen Merriday, the complaint Trump's attorneys filed is too long and it needs to be truncated to be considered. The president had sued the Times and several of its reporters for defamation, alleging it acted with reckless disregard for the truth, covering him in the lead up to the 2024 election. The Times calling the complaint without merit. The judge gave Trump's attorneys 28 days to file an amended complaint in, quote, a professional and dignified manner.
Senate Democrats have rejected a stopgap measure that would fund the government through November 21st. The government now faces a shutdown October 1st. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson said he's thinking about having lawmakers return to the Capitol after the funding deadline, which would force Democrats to reconsider the House measure or trigger a shutdown. Words uttered by a Palm Beach County, Florida school board member are making news for the wrong reasons. Jim Forbes explains.
District 7 Representative Edwin Ferguson was referring to a letter from the State Department of Education that warns teachers who may celebrate the assassination of Charlie Kirk online.
And I'm thinking, unless you as a parent or you as a teacher feel bad because I as a teacher don't miss a racist bigot at that, I don't see how you're going to be at risk of losing your teaching certificate.
Ferguson admitted that he wasn't aware of the Turning Point USA founder until his assassination. He also linked Kirk with Adolf Hitler.
You're listening to the latest on NBC News Radio.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-340-5510. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-340-5510. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-340-5510.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is calling on President Trump to take action against China for supporting Russia's war in Ukraine. More from Chris Coraggio.
Graham's request comes as Europe has moved to sanction energy companies in China doing business with Russia. The senator praised the EU's decision in a post on X and wrote, I hope and expect President Trump will now also allow punitive measures towards China for propping up Putin's war machine. However, President Trump hasn't yet indicated any plans to ramp up tensions with China.
Police in New York City are marking another milestone after removing, they say, more than 4,000 illegal guns from the city streets so far just this year. Natalie Migliori reports from New York.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch says since January, New York City has seen its lowest levels of shooting incidents and shooting victims in recorded history.
And the historic decline in shooting victims that resulted goes far beyond any headline.
Tisch says the latest success has helped drive a 54% drop in shootings and 34% decrease in homicides under the Adams administration. Despite the success, Tisch and Mayor Adams highlighted the unacceptable pipeline of illegal guns pouring into New York City, saying taking these guns off the streets is daring work.
The former American Idol contestant kissed by Katy Perry during his audition in 2018 is going to prison. Scott Carr has details.
28-year-old Benjamin Glaze appeared before a Tulsa County, Oklahoma judge this week, pleading guilty to possession of child pornography. He was arrested last October after police searched his home and found a smartphone containing over 700 images and videos of child sex abuse.
The cafe, famous from the TV show Friends, is set to open a location in New York's Times Square. Later this fall, fans of the show will soon be able to enjoy a cup of coffee inside the Central Perk Coffee House and have access to all new exclusive Friends merchandise. The coffee house already has a location in Boston, but a company executive said the goal was always to expand to New York City. Lisa Taylor, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. A UK professor has been put on administrative leave after an inappropriate comment he made following the death of Charlie Kirk. Bradley Van Hook is an employee at UK who commented on the WKYT social media post of Kirk's death. In that comment, Van Hook quoted civil rights activist Clarence Darrow, saying, quote, "I've never wished a man dead, but I have read some obituaries with great satisfaction." A spokesperson for UK said that Van Hook's comment was, quote, "cruel and wrong," and the Herald Leader reported that he had been put on paid administrative leave. Kentuckians are asked to share their opinion on the future of preservation across the Commonwealth by answering questions in a public survey. You can find that survey online, where your answers will then help shape the 2028 to 2038 statewide historic preservation plan. The plan in turn will set the vision and direction for preserving the state's unique heritage. You can find the survey online at heritage.ky.gov. I'm Joe Mathis.
KSR, Kentucky Sports Radio, where you never know what you'll get.
There's hoops, there's shenanigans, there's rigmarole.
With Matt Jones.
Pay me!
All done for the love of sports.
We're an hour and a half into the show. Maybe we should talk about something having to do with sports.
Don't miss a minute of Kentucky Sports Radio.
I say that way. I don't want people to get their hopes up.
Kentucky Sports Radio.
It's kind of funny.
Hey, this is Ryan Lemon. Join me and Matt for KSR 10 to noon on WHIR AM 1230.
We're so excited. Nice weather's here, and we're going to wet our plants. Buddy Beaver here. Mulch to Go now has rock to go. Yes, we've been busy little beavers and expanded to add landscape, rock, sand, topsoil, compost, and more. We have a wide selection to choose from in both bulk and bags. Stop by Mulch to Go for your landscape needs, from pine nuggets, pine straw, cedar, cypress, and playground chips too.
Mulch to Go opens at 9 a.m. Monday through Saturday. Call 859-715-7575. They're located in Harrodsburg on the corner of 127 and Beaumont Avenue. Mulch to Go.
Mulch to Go.
The Bread of Life Cafe in Casey County, Highway 127, proudly serves several all-you-can-eat buffets. Start out with the lunch buffet, $13.99. Thursday, after 4, seniors 55 and older can experience the buffet for $9.99. Friday, after 4, swimming for the seafood buffet, $19.99. Saturday morning breakfast buffet, 7 till 10:30, $10.99. And Saturday, after 4, make your way to the evening buffet for $14.99. Feed your tummy and your soul with a visit to the Bread of Life Cafe, 5 miles south of Liberty on Highway 127. Open till 8, Monday through Thursday night, Friday and Saturday till 9.
Tired of the typical dental dread? Step into Dr. Jennifer Nichols' office on North College Street, where every smile starts with comfort and care. Our friendly atmosphere and professional staff ensure you feel at ease from the moment you walk in. Experience a blend of gentleness and expertise that promises the best dental care for your family. Ready to transform your dental experience? Call us for an appointment at 734-5111. With Dr. Nichols, see just how different a dental visit can be.
It's 10:08.
This WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Ransdell Funeral Chapel. Our goal is and always will be to provide the best value in funeral service available. Exceptional care from a trusted family name, Ransdell Funeral Chapel.
Mostly sunny today with a high of 90. Partly cloudy tonight and a low of 64. Chance of showers and thunderstorms after 2 tomorrow. Partly sunny, high of 87. Tomorrow night, chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy, low of 63. Starting our work week off on Monday, we got a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Partly sunny, high of 86.
It's 61 degrees.
The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Harrod Trust and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
Hey everyone, welcome to Personal Effects, the Antique Show. I'm Jerry Sampson, your host, the guy that's leading you through the world of antiques, collectibles, decorative arts. And with me in the studio today, Nancy Ross Stallings, and we're talking all about Native American rugs. We're talking about the Navajo rugs. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning. How are you today?
Well, I have to admit, when you said I'm always looking for topics and always different things, and Nancy said, well, hey, let's talk about Navajo rugs. And I thought, I don't know a whole lot about Navajo rugs. And you really opened up something for me. This was a really fascinating topic to research. Of course, I mean, you did most of the research for me in the form of, numerous emails that you sent to me. I was vaguely familiar with it, but I feel very embarrassed that most of the information that I really recognized on these Native American, these Navajo rugs, was frankly the made in Mexico copies, the cheap cotton wool rugs that were put together for tourists. And I mean, these things are literally works of art. Now you have to give me a little bit of leeway there, because it's something you don't see a lot of in Kentucky.
Oh, absolutely, yes. This is not
you don't see
these
are real southwestern things. But I mean, hey, but we always say these things travel around. I mean, they get around pretty good. So I mean, you could encounter one. And I'm all about learning new things and passing it on to my students, as I like to call you all listening out there. But this is really good. Nancy, where'd you want to start us off on learning about Native American rugs?
Well, I'm going to give you some background information. First of all, a lot of folks in this region of the country, unless they've traveled to the desert Southwest, probably don't know a whole lot about the different tribal groups out there. And the Navajo Indians have a reservation that is located in what is now Arizona. The Navajo Reservation is in the northeastern part of the state of Arizona and also in the northwestern part of New Mexico, so it actually crosses state lines. The reservation area is 27,425 square miles. It is the largest Native American reservation in the United States, and it's almost the same size as the state of West Virginia.
And that's a big reservation. That's pretty large.
It's a large piece of real estate there, and the Navajo speak an Athapascan language. Anthropologists are all over language groups and trying to figure out where people came from by analyzing their languages. And most of the speakers from the Athapascan language group actually come from the Pacific Northwest, Western Canada, and up into the non-coastal part of Alaska, the Alaskan interior. In the Southwest, the only Athapascan language groups are the Navajo and the Apache. And it's thought that one group of people migrated from the Pacific Northwest area and then split into the Navajo and Apache groups. The Navajos became very sedentary and tended to stay in place. The Apaches adopted more of a lifestyle like a Southern Plains Indian group that were more nomadic and were more interested in migrating around and following buffalo herds and doing hunting and gathering. Now, archaeologists have dated known early Navajo sites in Arizona, and the earliest seem to be around AD 1350. So their journey from the Pacific Northwest was completed sometime before that, but we're not exactly sure when. They began interacting with the Pueblo peoples, the Pueblo Indians, in western New Mexico and northeast Arizona, and it was the Pueblo Indians that taught the Navajo how to weave cloth. Both groups had been weaving baskets, sandals, and mats for millennia, but weaving with cloth fiber was very different. You have a loom that you use for weaving cloth, and of course that's not something you use to weave baskets.
And we're used to a European loom too, the horizontal, and they work with a vertical loom.
An upright loom, yes. The Pueblo peoples grew their own cotton, and they learned to weave it on looms that were constructed of wood frames. The looms were set upright, and weaving was done while seated in front of the loom. And the Europeans were actually the ones that brought over the horizontal looms. The first horizontal looms that they would have seen, these Native American groups, would have been brought over by the Spanish as early as the 1500s, or somewhat later, depending on when the Spaniards brought the looms in. So the Spaniards also gave the Native Americans in this region of the country something else very important for weaving, and that was the sheep. The sheep are an old world animal. They are not native to North or South America, and so they actually introduced the concept of shearing sheep and producing wool yarn to the Native Americans. The Churro and Jacob sheep breeds were brought in by the Spanish from Europe, and the Navajo crossed these breeds, creating the Navajo Churro breed. It's the favored sheep for wool and meat in the Navajo Nation, and rams each have 4 horns. These are very unique-looking sheep, and their coats have a long protective coat and a soft undercoat, so they don't look woolly like a typical English sheep, like a Merino or a Dorset or that type of sheep. Or
And Nancy sent me a picture of this. Was it the churro?
Yes.
She sent me a picture of that, and this is a wicked-looking sheep. I mean, it does have 4 horns, and I don't mean too big and too little. I mean, they are 4 big horns. I mean, they are really big.
And the rams are very large. They're very agile. Some of them can weigh almost 200 pounds. The ewes are around 85 to 120 pounds. The rams go from about 125 to as much as almost 200 pounds. These are large animals.
You know, the one thing that really surprised me, Nancy, was that, you know, somewhat in the degree of, technicality, of course. But, you know, the one thing that really surprised me on these rugs was that, you know, much like the Oriental or the Persian rugs, they were broke down by division,
yes,
by region and by area.
In the country, yes.
But you're saying that they're by trade post.
Trading posts,
as opposed to, you know, villages or towns like you'd see in Iran or Iraq or Afghanistan, that these are, you know, by trade posts, and each one is uniquely different and individual.
Right, and the regions that the trading posts serviced, yes. Now, the Pueblo Indians weave textiles that are traditionally all cotton or wool, or wool woven on cotton yarn that form the warp of the textile. And the Navajos do this as well. The cotton thread or string forms the warp, or the upright part of the rug or the blanket on the loom. Is strung upright on the loom, and then they weave horizontally the wool in and out through the warp to create the weft, or the completed rug or blanket. The Pueblo also have in the past used small looms that are called waist looms that were attached to the weaver's waist, and these were also made of wood. They wove narrow sashes and bands and belts and narrow pieces of textiles with these waist looms, but nothing of the magnitude. Some of these Navajo rugs are in excess of 9 by 12 feet.
Now, some of these waist looms you may be more familiar if you've been out to Shaker Village and you've seen how the little small looms that they use for weaving the chair strips.
Chair strips, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
webbing.
So that would be the webbing. That's the word I was looking for. You know, that would be a similar type loom like that. I mean, I don't think they would wear it on their waist, but I mean, there was just a small loom.
A small loom, yes. Now, by the late 18th and into the early 20th centuries, the trading posts were established across the reservation area and adjacent to it, and eventually regional differences in colors and patterns and styles occurred, and this is what Jerry was alluding to earlier. The tourist market then, of course, began to flourish, and eventually a total of 13 regional designs with 7 different weaving districts developed across the reservation and adjacent to it. We're not going to nearly be able to get into all of these today. This would be like a
can't cover all of them.
that would have to be given for this. But the weaving districts were named for the original trading post. Most of the posts were owned by white traders, and rugs and other articles were purchased, as well as silver jewelry and so forth, and they were consigned by these Native American weavers or jewelry makers, and then the trading post proprietors sold these objects to tourists or other people that came through. The Two Gray Hills and Todolina trading posts were down the road from each other.
How did you pronounce that one?
Todolina.
Todolina.
Yes. Now some of these are going to be Navajo names.
It sounds prettier than it's written because it looks just like Todolina.
Yes, T-O-A-D.
Todolina.
But this was around 1911, and the Native Americans around these particular trading posts didn't like to use either natural or commercial dyes in their rugs. By natural, I'm talking about using vegetal material, plant material, where they boil it down and then turn it into a dye that they then immerse the yarn into.
So then, in other words, they just use the natural coloring of the sheep.
Of the sheep, yes. And the churro sheep come in a variety of colors: brown, black, light tan, pure white, cream colors. Some of them are spotted and so forth. So they were able to get plenty of different ranges of color for the sheep.
And gray, I'd say there'd be probably a gray or a mixture of black and white.
Black and white. They'd card the yarn together and create grays. They preferred weaving the patterns using the natural wool colors, and the colors they created from the natural wool would be black, gray, beige, brown, cream, and white predominantly, or tans. These are the signature colors for a Two Gray Hills rug or Tonalita rug, and they can be as small as a doormat or as big as 9 by 12 feet or larger. all are done on the looms that are set upright, and the weaver traditionally are women. They are not males, although a few males now weave these rugs. The males in the Navajo society tended to be the silversmiths, and they would make the jewelry and work with the stones like the turquoise and corals and other types of stone, the carnelians and agates that they had out there to work with. Gray Hills rugs are renowned for their tight weaving because they have 45 to 115 wefts or yarn strands to the inch, and a typical Navajo rug has about 30 wefts to the inch. So as a result, some of these enormously intricate patterns can be made with these rugs from these 45 to 115 wefts per inch. They almost go into the tapestry level because tapestries are traditionally classified as 85 wefts to the inch. So on the higher end of a Gray Hills rug, you're looking at basically a tapestry rather than a rug or blanket.
In the Oriental business or the Oriental rug trade, you would say that it was KPSI, knots per square inch.
Yes, there you go.
So I mean, that's how detailed these rugs are getting.
Now, usually these Gray Hills rugs have real intricate geometric patterns that are bordered by a black edge that goes on all four sides of the rug. And the Navajo rugs don't have a back or front. If you turn the rug over, it looks the same on the front as it is on the back. So
in other words, we'd say today reversible.
Yes, they're very reversible rugs. The rug borders in some trading post areas developed because tourists and collectors began using these for rugs instead of blankets, and so that's when the border idea started really coming into its own. The original blankets that the Native Americans wore generally just had the design that went right to the edge of the fabric and quit. So the older designs of these rugs we're probably not going to be able to touch on too much. There's some gorgeous examples. The big one, if you are interested in it, is type in on a search engine Chiefs blankets, and you'll if your Google's doing its thing, or Bing is, you'll come up with a horizontally black and white striped blanket that has indigo blue and red design elements in it, and they are stunning rugs. Some of these things are extremely expensive, and they were used basically as blankets in the 19th century to warm people up. They would wear them wrapped around their shoulders and
That's
and
something
bodies.
that I was going to mention. These rugs were not, they could be, but they weren't always typically meant to be laid on the floor, were they?
No, they were not.
I mean, they could be, but they could be, draped over the top of a table. They were worn around the shoulders. They could be worn around the waist. I mean, they were meant to be worn, on your person or on your furniture. I mean, not necessarily, or hung up.
Or hung up as a hanging on a wall, yes.
Because they weren't always meant to be just, thrown on the floor, much like Oriental rugs. Some of the really fine rugs, they were also meant to be laid over tabletops or over top of beds.
Yes.
I mean, so that's, we've often been misusing rugs for a long time of just stomping all over them on the floor. But, I mean, they had other purposes for them. Nancy, we need to take a break for a second. You want to hang around with us?
Sure.
Okay. Everyone, we're going to be talking about, when we get back, we're finishing up talking about Navajo rugs. So hang in there. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hi there, me again, your radio. I thought what we'd do this time is go to the email bag, answer some of your questions. So our first email comes from Bob. He writes, Dear Radio, I run a small furniture store in town and I'm looking to grow my business. Do you have any suggestions? Well, Bob, to be successful, you need to reach out to new customers on an ongoing basis. That's where I come in. Radio reaches around 93% of the population each week, making it a great way to get the word out about your business. And radio delivers results at a fraction of the cost of other media, making it a great investment. Okay, our next email is from Bert. He says, Dear Radio, I took a young lady out on a first date. After 20 minutes of talking, she went to the ladies' room to powder her nose. It's been 4 months since I've seen her. What do you suggest I do? Well, Bert, that's a tough one, but I'd consider maybe a woman with a smaller nose.
Promote your business to thousands of potential customers every week. To learn more, go online to advertisecentralkentucky.com. That's advertisecentralkentucky.com.
The Wilderness Trail Distillery Charity Chili Cook-Off is back. This is the event for chili lovers. Come sample all the team's chili recipes, vying to be named the area's best, and vote for your favorite. This is a family-friendly event with free face painting, pumpkin decorating, a visit from the Boyle County Library bookmobile, and music by DJ Double M. All proceeds benefit the Danville Kiwanis local children and seniors programs. The unlimited tasting tickets are just $10. The Chili Cook-Off is this Saturday from 11:30 to 2, with winners announced at 2:30. Unlimited tasting tickets are available now at Wilderness Trail Distillery or at the Cook-Off. See you at Wilderness Trail Distillery for chili and fun this Saturday in Danville, Lebanon Road.
Get your copy of James Hurd Trust, The Men of Mercer County today. The book is a compilation of stories about men who have lived in Mercer County, written by the people who loved them. The stories are rich in the history and heritage of the community and the people who have lived there. Available at J. Sampson's Antiques and Books, Beaumont Inn, and the Harrodsburg Herald, it sells for $35. Only 450 copies were printed, so get yours today before they're all gone.
Most unhappy collectors collect things that they don't like because they hope that one day it'll be worth a lot of money. J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals will let you know what you've got and really what it's worth. Don't worry about what someone else collects. Collect what you love, and one day if it's worth a lot of money, that's great. If not, you still have something that makes you happy. Visit J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals next to Lawson's Jewelry in Main Street in Harrodsburg. They're open Monday through Saturday 10 to 5, Sunday 1:30 to 5, and closed on Wednesday. That's J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals.
Local high school football and Hometown Radio Network.
This is Gary True, voice of the Mercer County Football Titan. Listen to every game on WHBN.
This is Scott Bowen, voice of the Garrett County Golden Lions. Hear the games on Z105.
This is Gunnar Floyd, voice of the Danville Admirals. Listen to every Danville Admiral football game on WHIR.
This is Steve Bertram inviting you to join us for Boyle County High School football on Z105.
All games streamed live at hometownlive.net.
This is what you call a family tradition. Great classic country music, the latest news and sports, and WHBN, The Rooster, FM 99.5 and AM 1420.
It's 10:25.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by your Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg and Outdoor Power and Rental. Visit Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg for their weekly and monthly specials. North College Street.
Mostly sunny today with a high of 90. Partly cloudy tonight and a low of 64. Chance of showers and thunderstorms after 2 tomorrow. Partly sunny, high of 87. Tomorrow night, chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy, low of 63. Starting our work week off on Monday, we got a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Partly sunny, high of 86.
It's 75 degrees.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Personal Effects of the Antique Show. I'm Jerry Sampson. Here in the studio with me is Nancy Stallings, and we're talking about Navajo rugs, and we're finishing that up. So, Nancy, where did we leave off? What were we talking about just before we took a break?
We were talking about the weavers contracting with the trading posts to produce rugs for a specific trading post, where they also bought their supplies and food items, canned foods and things like that they didn't have at home. The Native American ladies would come in and buy on credit, and then once her rug was completed, she would then turn it over to the trader, who would then sell it for her, and her bill would then be paid up, and then she would receive any other cash money from the trader that was the difference in what she owed to the trading post.
Though that sounds ideal, I'm sure there was opportunity for much abuse.
Yes, there was, unfortunately, and it occurred.
Yeah.
Now, there are another region of rugs that I wanted to talk a little bit about are the 3 styles of banded and patterned rugs. These are rugs that basically, for a lack of proper terminology, are striped. They do not have any borders, and they're just basically repeated pattern stripes that cross the rug. And 3 of the styles are, again, regional. The Chinle rugs are from northeast Arizona. They are near the beautiful Canyon de Chelly, rock formations in the far northeastern corner of the reservation. The name of the rug comes from the town in that area that is called Chinle. It's spelled Chinle. They're the least complex of the banded or striped patterns, and they consist of alternating color stripes that are alternated with bands of geometric designs such as diamonds, chevrons, or squash blossoms. Squash blossoms are a stylized decoration in the desert Southwest that are basically a takeoff on the squash blossom of the squash plant.
Because the squash was a very important plant for the Native Americans.
Yes, and so they also did squash blossoms in silver jewelry as well. They would make them in that silver jewelry mode as well. They also have, these Chinle rugs also have a distinctive design element of railroad tracks that mimic just that. Native Americans saw the railroad tracks going across the desert, and they picked up on that pattern the railroad track makes as it goes across the desert, and they would sometimes put that as a stripe or design element in their rugs. The Chinle rugs are always vegetal dyed. They would also later in time mimic the same pastel and light colored shades by using commercial dyes, but always very pastel in color. They also used earth tones in conjunction with the natural sheep's wool, and so they had the pastels, blended grays, whites, golds, or greens. A few Chinle rugs are bright colors, but their designs with these would be confused with crystal and wide ruins rugs, which are the other types of striped rugs that are from other parts of the reservation. And since they're relatively easy to weave, they're now being made across the reservation, which can add to the confusion. If you find one, where did it really come from, is the question you want to ask. One of the most gorgeous Navajo rugs I ever saw was one that was at the University of Colorado Museum, and it was a chinle rug that had bands of pale yellows, pale pinks, oranges, cream, salmon, and gradations of those colors, all on the same rug, and they were just simple stripes that ran horizontally across the rug. And I think in that case, the weaver probably looked around her at sunrise and saw all of those gorgeous colors in the desert and played off of them.
Was that the illustration that I was just looking at?
No, that was not the one. No.
Okay.
But she was seeing the colors in the sky, the sand, and the rock formations around her. And so basically the rug was stunning with these different pastel shades of a desert sunrise. The crystal rugs, the second of the striped rugs in the striped genre, are originated in New Mexico at the Crystal Trading Post in the western part of the state of New Mexico in the 1930s, and it was promoted then heavily by Don Jensen in the late 1940s when he took over the post. These rug designs are notable for being borderless, just as the chinle rugs are, and they have bands of wavy stripes that are very narrow with bands of squash blossom patterns, diamonds, triangles, or stars between the stripes, and the stripes are grouped very narrow little stripes, bands of stripes that are in 3s and 4s, and then they'll pick up with the geometrics again. Crystal rugs are usually muted earth tones, but they can also be pastels, pinks, and yellows. The wide ruins rugs, this is the last of the banded rugs, they originated in the 1930s, late 1930s, when William and Sally Lippincott took over the Wide Ruins Trading Post. It's in the southeastern part of the reservation and is at 6,000 foot elevation, so there are a lot of juniper trees and mountains basically here. The Chinle Valley is where this trading post actually is, and the Rio Preco River runs through it. They're all vegetable dye rugs, just as Sally Lippincott specified to the Native American women who were around the trading post, and they're still made that way today. These wide ruins rugs are considered the highest quality in general of the banded rugs, and they tend to be the most tightly woven as well.
You know, when you consider the primitive circumstances that these people lived in, to be able to create something as intricate and as finely woven, it's just remarkable.
Well, it's absolute testament to the artistic ability of these women, because they literally were building their own looms, carding their own wool, raising their own sheep, dyeing their own, yarn and everything, and then sitting down, and they had no pattern books.
Yeah.
They would make these enormous rugs in some cases by memory, knowing what was at the bottom would also be finished out at the top, and everything else exactly symmetrical.
And they'd be traded,
perfect.
And they'd be traded back and forth from a mother to a granddaughter to a great granddaughter on down the line.
On down the line,
they were a family history.
Family history. The wide ruins rugs tend to be used sparingly. They tend to use gray and white sparingly, the natural colors, and some of the plants that they use are juniper seeds and wild plums to make the dyes for some of the vegetable dyes for these rugs. They tend to be soft, somber earth and plant tones. They're the best way to describe them. And the bands in these rugs can be very, very complex, very fine lines with hatchwork, wavy lines. Again, imagine weaving these. It'd just be an incredibly difficult thing. Some almost look like they're beaded or embroidered patterns, but they're not. They're literally made with yarn on a loom.
Nancy, this has really been fascinating. I've really been enlightened with this. One thing I wanted to touch on with everyone is while Nancy and I've been talking, I've been having sitting here in my lap, Blanket Weaving in the Southwest by Joe Ben Wheat, a phenomenal book. Nancy, thank you for coming in today.
You're welcome, and I appreciate that. Dr. Wheat was one of my professors at Colorado University in Boulder, and I adored Dr. Wheat. He was a phenomenal individual. He passed away in the early 2000s, and he is just a wonderful, wonderful man.
Well, his book is remarkable because, I've really enjoyed just sitting here just looking at this book of all the first period and second period and the sad period, as Nancy informed me of. But, you can't talk about these rugs either without talking about some of the pricing. But, on Antiques Roadshow, there was one of the really big hitters was, a first period chief's blanket that was on there by this very elderly little man they had brought in. They were out in the Southwest country, and I think they had put a value on it of around $175,000. And it subsequently, that man did sell it, and I believe that it brought close to $300,000. But these rugs, when you get into the real cream of the crop, the real museum examples, the really ultra rare pieces, it's, you're looking at, 5 and 6 figures.
With no problem.
I mean, with no problem at all. But Nancy, this has really been fascinating. Thank you for coming in today.
You're certainly welcome.
Not only are you my doll expert, you're now my Native American, Navajo rug expert now. Everyone, I hope you've enjoyed listening to the show today. If you need me, you should know where to find me. I'm at 107 South Main Street, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Give me a phone call. My number is 859-734-7829. Maybe you've got some appraisal work. Maybe you need some insurance coverage. Maybe you've had a death and you need, you need some guidance. I'm an appraiser. I give consultations. I'm glad to talk to you about what an appraisal is and what it's not. So, give me a call. Find me on Facebook. I've mentioned that several times today already. Find me under Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals. You can like me, go through there, and you can see all kinds of different things that we talk about through the radio shows and all kinds of different topics that I put up on there. Send me some pictures. Send me an email. My email is jsampsonantiques@bellsouth.net, and maybe we'll talk about it on the radio. Maybe it'll wind up in the Mercer magazine sometime. But until then, I do appreciate y'all listening to me today. So y'all get out there, hit an antique shop, go to an auction, go out and buy a little something. I'm sure these people would really appreciate it. But until then, y'all stay safe, and I'll see y'all next week.
The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Harrod Trust and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
And welcome to the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Let's catch you up on a busy sports weekend here in the Commonwealth. Entering the weekend, just 2 games outside a postseason spot. The Reds resumed their series against the Cubs last night.
Slap to left center. Crow Armstrong going back. Leaps at the wall. And gone.
Spencer Steer homered twice as the Reds get past the Cubs 7-4. They're now 2 games back of the wild card. It was a big night of high school football across the Bluegrass State, with teams really kind of creating separation, to be honest. One game canceled, though, because of lightning. At Fort Campbell, it was the Falcons dominating Todd County Central 41-0 before that game was called in the 4th quarter. In other action around the state in 1A, Campbellsville got by Hazard 21-18. Belfry crushed Pikeville 41-3 in 2A, while LCA beat Lexington Catholic in their edition of the Holy War 28-21. Cove Cath rolled up Beechwood 42-14. Owensboro Catholic topped Bardstown 56-30. Christian Academy ran the clock on Central Hardin 55-6, while Bell County steamrolled Whitley County 40-6. And Frederick Douglass beat Corbin 28-7. Finally, in a battle of heavyweights, Trinity shutting out Mail 46-0. And in college football, Western Kentucky is back home today. It's parent and family weekend on the Hill as the Hilltoppers take on Nevada. The Tops are 2-0 at home this year. And the Louisville Cardinals are back in action as they take on Bowling Green, while Kentucky is on their bye before going to South Carolina next week. And in arguably college sports' hottest sport, really outside of football and basketball, college volleyball teams are back at it following their big win over 3rd-ranked Louisville, 6th-ranked Kentucky. Wraps up non-conference play today. They're in Lexington taking on the Washington Huskies. The Cards look to bounce back Monday when they host Western Kentucky. Speaking of the Tops, they had a dominant night. They swept both Bradley and 23rd-ranked Indiana in straight sets at EA Diddle Arena as part of the Alyssa Kavanaugh Classic. Freshman Kiara Knox led the Tops with 33 kills on the day. They'll wrap things up today against Austin Peay, while Indiana looks to bounce back against Bradley. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
WHBN Harrodsburg. Big deals.
1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
This is Caraway at Mattresses and More on Houstonville Road in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, stop by and check us out. New items arriving weekly, and we sell off the floor. Buy it today and take it home today. We offer layaway and 12 months same as cash with approved credit.
Thank you, Caraway. Again, buy it today, take it home today. Living room suits, bedroom suits, dinette sets, recliners, and more. From Mattresses and More, Southland Plaza next to Ace Hardware.
My name is Chase Harrington, and I'm from Nicholsville, Kentucky. I've been singing for about 7 years. When I got into performance, I came to Studio G. I've been learning how to look good on stage, how to bring out my voice more in the songs that I sing, how to get confidence. I hear an immense difference in my voice compared to when I started coming here.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G. The G stands for growth.
Kentucky has one of the most expansive state park systems in the nation. For decades, the parks have been bringing people together for family reunions, fishing, hiking, and a wealth of other activities. What's your favorite memory of a Kentucky state park? Unfortunately, it takes more than governmental support to keep the parks vibrant. The Kentucky State Parks Foundation raises money to create educational programs for elementary school kids to connect them with nature, handicappable hiking trails, and the preservation of historical artifacts. Make a tax-deductible donation online at KentuckyStateParksFoundation.org.
Hey, Kentucky high school senior, are you into having the chance to win a $1,000 scholarship you can use towards your in-state college, trade school, or certification program? If so, listen up. Participate in the I'm In College Acceptance Video Challenge, and you could have your video selected for a statewide TV commercial, as well as the chance to win a $1,000 scholarship. Are you in? Find out more today by visiting gearupky.org/video. That's gearupky.org/video. Brought to you by this station and the Kentucky Broadcasters Association.
If you've ever been a victim of a scam or fraud attempt, you're not alone. Con artists are good at tricking people. Hi, I'm Adam Hopkins, security officer at Farmers National Bank. A way we beat the fraudsters is to communicate with each other. Always feel free to contact us, as we're glad to help you and share advice.
Hey, if you believe conservative is not a bad word, join other enlightened listeners and me, Sean Hannity, weekdays at 3 on AM 1230 WHIR.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
The Louisiana Department of Health is now linking a fifth death to a deadly flesh-eating bacteria named Vibrio. It's found in warm coastal waters and in raw seafood, like oysters, which are harvested there. The department said in a statement that in an average year, they only see one death. The overall cancer death rate has been steadily declining since the 1990s. A report from the American Association for Cancer Research shows more than 4.5 million cancer deaths avoided between 1991 and 2023. The report credits a reduction in smoking rates, early detection, and improvements in treatment. About 18.5 million cancer survivors were living in the U.S. as of January this year. The FDA has approved 20 new anti-cancer therapeutics between July of last year and June of this year. Health Update. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
You work hard to provide a better life for your family. The only problem is that you now have a tax bill that you can't afford to pay. The IRS is now threatening to garnish your wages and put a levy on your bank account. You can't ignore the IRS. They won't go away on their own. You need help, and you need it now. Call the Tax Pros at United Tax Fix today. Call 800-762-2768. That's 800-762-2768.
Alexa Rastigue was a student at Bellarmine University. When she got the call, no one wants to receive.
A drunk driver was driving under the influence, going 127 miles per hour.
He caused a crash, killing 2 and severely injuring Alexa's mother and brother.
He left that scene without a scratch while my family suffered.
Drive sober, Kentucky, because drunk driving is a dead end.
Paid with funds through the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
Mostly sunny today with a high of 90. Partly cloudy tonight and a low of 64. Chance of showers and thunderstorms after 2 tomorrow. Partly sunny, high of 87. Tomorrow night, chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy, low of 63. Starting our work week off on Monday, we got a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Partly sunny, high of 86.
It's 76 degrees.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
The following is a paid program.
Good morning, friends, and welcome again to the Message of Grace. This is Pastor David Collier coming into your home or your business or wherever you are today to share with you some thoughts from the Word of God. We started last week talking about Hebrews chapter 2 and verse 10, and we want to continue that message this morning. Message entitled Made Perfect Through Suffering, and we hope that you'll stay tuned for the broadcast. We do want to take this opportunity to invite you to come be with us at our services. We meet on the Lexington Road. We're just about a quarter of a mile past the Harrodsburg bypass on the left, and you're invited to come and be with us for our Sunday morning service at 11 a.m., for our Wednesday night service at 7 p.m., We're also not only here on the radio, but we're also on the internet all the time, and we hope to be a blessing to many people through the Word of God. Now, last week we started a message using this text, for it became him for whom are all things, and by whom are all things, and bringing many sons unto glory, to make the captain of their salvation perfect through sufferings. We talked about how God makes people perfect through the sufferings of Christ. He's a perfect Savior, and he became perfect through his sufferings, and his perfections will dignify the entire work of divine grace. And that's where we want to pick up this morning, that Christ was made the perfect Savior by his sufferings. It tells us here to make the captain perfect through sufferings. You know, the Lord Jesus offered a complete and atoning expiation for every sin. That's a big word. It means he covered everything. He covered everything. The best performance of an unsuffering person cannot remove sin's guilt. It cannot take stain away from the soul. It's still there. The Lord Jesus could never take our curse apart from his many agonies. He endured so much for us. He suffered so much for us in order that he might cleanse us of our guilt. He endured the horrible pain that's associated with his sin bearing. I think about that quite often. The Lord Jesus, in about 3 hours, endured the eternal curse of God against all the sins of all his covenant people. There have been people that's been in hell for 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years, and they haven't even come close to wiping away the responsibility for the first sin. But the Lord Jesus Christ did a miraculous thing. In his body there were feverish wounds, and his soul was heavy under the crushing burden of the sins of the elect. We weighed him down like a heavy weight, but he bore the equivalent of hell for every one of that host of people for whom he endured their sins. You know, if the Lord Jesus had suffered all he suffered for just my sins, it would have been an amazing thing. But he suffered the wrath of God for all the sins of all his covenant people. Sin cannot be in two places. If it's settled in Christ, then it can never be charged to the elect for whom he died. Never. Never. Through his sufferings, Christ is brought to a state of perfect righteousness. He was righteous in his character. He was righteous in his being. But when he became a man and he took flesh upon him and he took the responsibility for our sins, he had to bear the guilt of our iniquity. He took away all my guilt, and he gave to me a matchless righteousness, a perfect righteousness like no other but he has. Oh, what a blessed Savior. You know, nothing else is necessary for a complete covering. It's finished. It's finished. Do you hear those words? It is finished. Eternity rankles with the glorious sound of that testimony that he gave upon the cross. It is finished. His sympathy is a reflection of his perfect sufferings as he atoned for our sin. He atoned for all our sin. He paid the price for all our sin. He paid for the guilt of all our sin. We needed a friend. We needed a friend. And such is our faithful high priest. You know, there's some people in the world, they just seem to have nothing but problems. They just nothing goes their way. And every once in a while they find somebody who's a friend. And they're a valuable commodity to them. That's what we were. In dire straits, desperate, in sin and iniquity, and without hope, and needing a friend. And God sent a faithful high priest to enter the most holy place and intercede for us and bring righteousness to the account of his covenant people. You know, the believer's life is a life of sorrow. It's a life of misery. But we find hope in his shed blood. How sweet. How sweet that we who are weighed down with the iniquity of our guilt find hope in the shed blood of the blessed Savior. You know, his sufferings equipped him to be our perfect example. He's our perfect example. When we point men to Christ, we're pointing them to a perfect example. We shall come to heaven following Christ, and we shall come there robed in his ultimate perfection. Ultimate perfection. Say, how are you going to get to heaven? I'm going to get there in the righteousness of Christ. Well, what about what you did? What I did doesn't matter. He's paid for that at the cross. And he's given me a perfect righteousness. That's what he did for me. His sufferings made him our perfect example. We will walk through the gates of glory and walk down the streets of gold, following Christ, robed in his ultimate righteousness, as free from sin as he is, because he's our surety. His afflictions equipped him for perfect patience toward his elect people. You know, the saints of God, they sail the same troubled seas of life's constant distress as does everyone else. This life is a miserable experience. I hear people all the time, they're happy all the time, they've never been sad, never been upset or anything. You know what they are? They're liars with a short memory. They're liars. Life is full of trouble. It's full of pain. It's full of anxiety. But the Lord Jesus Christ bore all those sins and all those troubles for his people in his suffering on the cross. Our captain makes us perfect through his glorious work. Oh, how marvelous that our Lord is so glorious, so majestic, so forgiving, so wonderful. And then we come to the third point in this verse of Scripture, that Christ's perfect sufferings will enable the work of divine grace to be brought to fruit in every believer. He tells us here in this verse, in bringing many sons unto glory. Bringing many sons unto glory. What glory it brings to God for his Son to be the perfect sufferer. He's not just a guy that feels bad for you. He's not just some sympathizer that pats you on the back, says a kind word to you. He's the perfect substitute. This shall redound to the glory of God, that his Son, his blessed Son, Christ, the glorious God-man, has been made perfect through all his sufferings. He suffered not just for his own self, but for every single one of God's elect. And he did so perfectly that their sins might be forgiven. This man in the flesh was full of weakness. He was full of infirmity. But through his alliance with God, this man has made his people to be more than conquerors through Christ who loved us. That's what he did. That's what he did. His sufferings will exalt him in the eyes of lost souls. Those men and women that God comes to and gives a new heart and reveals Christ to them, they see him in a new light. I tell you, if you listen to me and you perish in hell, you'll still glorify God. You'll still glorify Christ. You'll still exalt him as the greatest man who ever lived, the greatest Savior that ever came upon a people. It will not stop the justice of God against you, but you will praise him. Your moans and your groans as you suffer for eternity in the judgment place of God shall be only an utterance of this awful truth of God, that Jesus died only for his own people. Say, preacher, tell me who they are. I don't know. That's why he told us to preach to everybody. That's why I preach to everybody. I've been on the radio since 1968. I've preached to everybody in this county one time or another. I've preached to the best of men, the worst of men, the best of women, the worst of women, because my Savior told me to go preach, because he had some people out there and he was going to save them for his own glory. His trials will grasp the minds of those who are redeemed. You know, every wound of Christ is going to stir up an everlasting song. Think about those holes in his hands and his feet, that spear print in his side. They all bear testimony and witness to, oh, what a Savior. Jesus is mine. Had Christ forgiven us without any kind of an atonement, we would never have seen his justice. We would never have experienced his amazing love. But in our afflicted Savior, we have hope, and we have life, and we have perfect pardon at the throne of grace. The saints of God will be God's greatest servants because of Christ's perfect sufferings. You know, angels are never covered by his shed blood. The angels look at us and they don't know what to think. The Lord Jesus Christ did not die for them. God created them innocent, and they remained that way. And they don't know anything about a substitute. They don't know anything about a divine Savior, but we do. And our testimony for all of eternity will be that Jesus is mine. What a glorious testimony. Angels don't know pain. They don't know suffering. But God's saints do. They know about physical pain and mental pain and emotional pain. They know about grief. They know about the anxieties and the trials of death. But they'll reign immortally with him. Beloved, our song is simple. He became a man. He lived a perfect life. He died innocent and yet guilty. He satisfied fully his Father's demands, and he has imputed to his elect a perfect and eternal righteousness. Oh, bless the Lord, oh my soul. My friends, the angels' songs of praise will be interrupted by the saints' testimonies of his bloody death and his intercession in their behalf. Even as we remember the reed and the sponge and the nails of his suffering, we come to him and find pardon and peace and perfect preparation. What a blessed Savior. Amidst all the splendors of heaven, the redeemed will never forget his agony. They'll never forget his dishonor on this earth. Our eternal song shall be of praise to him who gave us love and power and grace and pardon. God bless our beloved Christ. If you're listening to me this morning and you do not have a solid hope in the Lord Jesus Christ, then I encourage you to surrender your souls to Christ's watch care. Beg God to be pleased to reveal himself to you this morning that you might know him. Our time is gone for today. Come be with us at Grace Church tomorrow. Until next week, we bid you goodbye and God's blessings.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
Your community voice since 1955. The Rooster. WHBN Harrodsburg. AM 1420 and on FM at 99.5.
NBC News Radio, I'm Lisa Taylor. Sunday's memorial for slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk will have the same level of security normally reserved for a Super Bowl or political convention. Rory O'Neill reports.
The Department of Homeland Security is categorizing the Charlie Kirk Memorial with a special event assessment rating level 1. It will have security like the 3 Super Bowl games that have been played at the stadium outside Phoenix since 2008. President Trump, Vice President Vance, and several cabinet secretaries are expected to speak at the service for Kirk, who was shot and killed while speaking on a college campus in Utah.
Russian military has reportedly violated the airspace of another NATO country. Estonia's prime minister is requesting NATO assistance after 3 Russian fighter jets flew into their airspace on Friday. The Eastern European nation called for Article 4 consultations, which allows issues to be brought before other NATO members. President Trump says he discussed the approval of a TikTok deal on Friday in a call with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Both countries have been working on a way for the social media platform to remain operational in the U.S. He also said Xi would come to the U.S. at an appropriate time. An investigation is underway in Wisconsin after 6 children were found locked inside a Milwaukee storage unit. Authorities responded earlier this week to a report of a child crying inside the unit. Children ages 2 months to 9 years were found in the unit. The suspects, 35-year-old Charles DePriest and 26-year-old Azia Zielinski, were arrested and face several charges, including multiple counts of child neglect. Taylor Swift's new album will be headed to theaters next month. Taylor Swift, the official release party of A Showgirl, will be on thousands of screens starting October 3rd, the same day her album The Life of a Showgirl is released. The film will only be in theaters that weekend, with the last showings taking place October 5th. You're listening to the latest on NBC News Radio.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-961-1527. That's 800-961-1527. 800-961-1527.
President Trump is imposing a $100,000 fee on foreign workers who want to obtain a visa to work in the U.S. On Friday, Trump signed a proclamation mandating that companies pay the exorbitant fee in order for their workers to be granted an H-1B visa. The administration says the move is part of an effort to stop what it calls the overuse of the visa program. The new fee could have a large impact on workers from India, who account for over 70% of the approved employees. There's been another U.S. strike against a suspected drug boat in the Caribbean Sea. President Trump claimed on Truth Social Friday the military strike killed 3 male narco-terrorists, and that intelligence confirmed the boat was trafficking illicit narcotics. This is the third strike this month against boats in the Caribbean suspected of carrying drugs. The Writers Guild of America is protesting ABC Disney's decision to hit Jimmy Kimmel with an indefinite suspension. Over 100 members demonstrated Friday outside ABC headquarters in Manhattan, calling the move an attack on free speech. The Guild says it opposes the abuse of governmental power. Kimmel was yanked from the air Wednesday after complaints about an on-air remark that he made about the man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk. A Democratic congressional candidate says she was tossed to the ground by ICE agents during a protest in Illinois. Jim Forbes has more.
The incident happened Friday during a protest outside an ICE facility in suburban Chicago. Congressional candidate Kat Abugazela was captured on video getting pushed to the ground. Abugazela says she was trying to help another protester when an agent lifted her up and threw her down. ICE agents also used tear gas and shot pepper balls at the crowd. At least 2 people were arrested during the clash.
Tropical storm Gabrielle is expected to strengthen into the second hurricane of the Atlantic season by Sunday. According to an advisory from the National Hurricane Center, Gabrielle is expected to pass somewhere to the east of Bermuda, but it's too soon to know what the exact impact will be on the island. Lisa Taylor, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. A UK professor has been put on administrative leave after an inappropriate comment he made following the death of Charlie Kirk. Bradley Van Hook is an employee at UK who commented on the WKYT social media post of Kirk's death. In that comment, Van Hook quoted civil rights activist Clarence Darrow, saying, quote, "I've never wished a man dead, but I have read some obituaries with great satisfaction." A spokesperson for UK said that Van Hook's comment was, quote, "cruel and wrong," and the Herald Leader reported that he had been put on paid administrative leave. Kentuckians are asked to share their opinion on the future of preservation across the Commonwealth by answering questions in a public survey. You can find that survey online, where your answers will then help shape the 2028 to 2038 statewide historic preservation plan. The plan in turn will set the vision and direction for preserving the state's unique heritage. You can find the survey online at heritage.ky.gov. I'm Joe Mathis.
This is Steve Bertram. Join me weekday mornings for the latest sports scores and news on the Hometown Radio Network, WHIR FM and AM, WHBN FM and AM, Z105 WRNZ FM, and online at hometownlive.net. Stay tuned to Hometown Radio stations for live coverage of local games, UK games, and NASCAR racing. It's all on the Hometown Radio Network, your place to go for sports news and live broadcasts.
It's now open. Dana Brook Farm and Amusements. Bring the whole family to the pumpkin patch and corn maze. Take a trip down the zip line or get the bracelet for unlimited rides on the teacup, carousel, roller coaster, spin and swing, cowboy ride, and much more. A pet and zoo, moms, and food too. Located in Mercer County off US 127, it's a family fun heaven. Dana Brook Farms and Amusements. For more information or for group rates, go to danabrookfarms.com. That's danabrookfarms.com. Now open for the fall, y'all.
Looking for something more from your personal checking account? Then one of our new Community Trust Advantage checking accounts might be right for you. Our Advantage checking accounts offer great features such as ID Protect, roadside assistance, cell phone protection, travel and leisure discounts, and shopping rewards, which makes it easier for you to save money on everyday purchases. Learn more at ctbi.com. Get more out of your checking. Open an account today. Our friendly, professional staff at one of our mini branches will be happy to assist you.
Community Trust Bank. Building communities built on trust. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you looking for a pharmacy that does more than just hand you a prescription in a paper bag? A pharmacist who knows you and your family members on a first-name basis? Thompson's Pharmacy is a family and locally owned independent pharmacy that provide exactly that every day. Thompson's Pharmacy will deliver, package your medicine, and to assist you more, they have a clinic available in the store. Open weekdays 9 till 7 and Saturdays 9 to noon. Thompson's Pharmacy in Harrodsburg, North College Street.
It's 11:08.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
Mostly sunny today with a high of 90. Partly cloudy tonight and a low of 64. Chance of showers and thunderstorms after 2 tomorrow. Partly sunny, high of 87. Tomorrow night, chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy, low of 63. Starting our work week off on Monday, we got a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Partly sunny, high of 86.
It's 78 degrees. And now on WHBN, the International Sunday School lesson with Bob DeVore.
Well, thank you and good morning. Welcome again to the International Sunday School lesson for the day. Thanks to WHBN for the pleasure and privilege that I get to have every week to prepare the lesson and then to share it with you. And thank you for listening in. Our scripture today is a rather interesting one in that series of lessons that the International's taken us through in the Old Testament, looking at different leaders. And, we saw the Isaiah call sometime 2 or 3 weeks ago. And hearing his marvelous response, it talked about really his availability. The Lord said, well, Lord needed a messenger. Whom shall I send and who shall go for us? And Isaiah said, here am I, send me. And that's the kind of disposition that I hope is in every one of us who are believers, that we put ourselves at the disposal of God. God, here am I. Whatever my physical abilities now, whatever my pluses and minuses are and all of those things, use me any way that you can. Here am I, send me. I love that. But we also saw a little bit about Hezekiah, one of the kings, and today we look at one by the name of Josiah. Now, Josiah reigned roughly 640 down to 609 is how it's generally calculated. Do you remember the story about his father being assassinated? And then he succeeded his father as the king. He was 8 years old. Sometimes we think we got a bunch of 8-year-olds running around now, but here was the one that Josiah somehow made it. He had some good counsel for a few years. But Josiah reigned 640 to 609, and he was far different than his father or his grandfather. Those guys, in most eyes of biblical scholars, were, Manasseh was so evil, and so was his son Ammon, the father of Josiah. They led the nation down to the pit spiritually. They didn't care about the temple and care of that building. They didn't care about anything that was spiritual or would be related Jewish in relationship to God. But Josiah set to work, and he was set about cleaning up the temple, getting that back, making it a site to come and worship. He wanted to do all kinds of things that brought people back to a right relationship to God. And that was a good deal. Now, he had some helpers, that's to be sure. And we read about 2 of them in the scripture today, and then we read about a prophet, a woman by the name of Huldah. All right, our scripture is in 2 Chronicles chapter 34, verses 15 through 21. Hilkiah said to Shaphan, the secretary, I have found the book of the law in the temple of the Lord. And he gave it to Shaphan. Now, Hilkiah was the guy who was the high priest. Shaphan was the guy who was sort of in charge, keeping records, but also probably in charge of making sure everything was moving on schedule in terms of the restoration of the temple. But Hilkiah said to Shaphan, "Whoa, I have found something. The book of the law of the Lord." So in our language, the Bible was lost. You know, they didn't care about it. They didn't care about the stories of Moses and all of that. It was lost. But Hilkiah said, "I have found it." Can you just imagine what it would have been like if you had never had a Bible and never had one in your hand? But what imagine would be if you had a Bible and then you never had it again. It was gone. That's kind of the way it was, but they didn't have the experience of actually having one to start with. So that that is the setting, Hilkiah and Shaphan, and they had found the book. And so they brought it to it. In verse 15, we read about that. In verse 16, it says, Shaphan took the book to the king and reported to him, "Your officials are doing everything that's been committed to them. They paid out the money that was in the temple of the Lord and have trusted it to the supervisors and the workers." And then Shaphan the secretary informed the king, "Hilkiah the priest has given me a book." And Shaphan read from it in the presence of the king. Wow. The king hadn't seen that either. And the book had reminded him probably of a whole bunch of things, maybe some rumors and so forth, but now he was seeing it and hearing it from the scroll. Verse 19 says, when the king heard the words of the Lord, he tore his clothes. That act of tearing the clothes was a sign of remorse and humility and repentance, and showing how something was so powerful. It just affected him, and he just ripped at his clothes. Verse 20, he gave these orders to Hilkiah, Ahikam the son of Shaphan, Aldan the son of Micah, Shaphan the secretary, Isaiah the king's attendant. "Go and inquire the Lord for me and for the remnant of Israel and Judah about what is written in the book." Oh, he needed help in interpreting it. Okay. He goes on to say, "Great is the Lord's anger that is poured out on us, because those who've gone before us have not kept the word of the Lord." Have not kept the word of the Lord. Underline that. They've not acted in accordance with all that is written in the book. And so Hilkiah and those the king had sent with him went to speak to the prophet Huldah, who was the wife of Shallum, the keeper of the wardrobe. She lived in Jerusalem in the new quarter. "Tell the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, this is what the God of Israel says concerning the word you heard. Because your heart was responsive and you humbled yourself before God when you heard what he spoke against this place and its people, and because you humbled yourself before me and tore your robes and wept in my presence, I have heard you, declares the Lord." That must have been some more experience. Now, I've had some experience of discovering some things that I didn't even know existed. And that happened back when my parents died, and I was the only survivor. My brother had died earlier. And it was my job to, dispose of the property in the house and all of that. But I found a letter from my grandmother. It was written in 1898, and it was written to her mother. My grandmother had taken a trip from northeast Georgia, up near the North Carolina line, over into the Carolinas, North Carolina, to see family. Went with a wagon, and she talked about the trip. But the thing that really got her attention was she went to church in North Carolina. And at the church, she wrote in her letter, she said, the preaching by Brother Stoner was so good. The singing sounded like heaven. It's the best singing I've ever heard in all of my life. And then she said, and there was such a crowd. There must have been 25 or 30 there. When I first read that, I thought, grandmother, you done thought you discovered a mega church. But it was a mega church to her in 1898. Now, I treasure that letter. I found a letter my father had written to my mother before they were married. And he talked about how much he was looking forward to being married to her. So, we have those things that we find. But here was a sense of which the people and the leadership had lost the Bible. They just didn't have it. Didn't have it physically. Now, I don't know if you're like me, but I've got, 25, 30 Bibles. I've got plenty of Bibles. And most of us have plenty of Bibles. So the problem is not that we don't have Bibles. The problem is that sometimes the Bibles stay closed. Oh, yeah, you may have, grandmother's recipe. And I remember some lady showed me an old Bible once that had a recipe for healing a bad cough and cold. It must have had 50 ingredients, and then she said a pint of whiskey. I had a good time kidding her about her recipe for getting rid of a cold. But have we lost the Bible sometimes? I think we do. We get engrossed in our politics, and we wave at the Bible sometimes, but we don't hear the words of the Bible. In which, in many cases, for instance, in the Sermon on the Mount, go back and read what Jesus said about thou shalt not murder. Because he says something about murder, but then he went on to say, when you're angry in your words, that's a violation of the old commandment. Well, that may be a rabbit to chase, but it's just a reminder that for some people today, they haven't lost the Bible, they just don't open it. In the Psalms, it says in Psalm 119, 105, that the Word is a lamp unto our feet and a light for our path. And we need that. The lamp shows where you are. The path shows where you need to go. The Bible can be that lamp and that light. Years ago, my favorite Bible verse, a friend had asked, and I said, well, it's one I learned in what I call training union. Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman who needs not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Yeah, that's our task. We haven't lost our Bibles. Our task is to open them and let them be that lamp. Let them be that light. Let that Bible be the instruction book that you follow and that you want to follow. Read it. Read it more than just a little dab here and there, but give it a good shot. For the Bible is the Word from God. It is His Word. It is inspired, and it can make you and me a better person and part of a better world. Study to show thyself approved unto God, rightly interpreting the word of truth. Thank you for being with me today. God bless you as you continue to study His Word.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
Hey everybody, this is Derek Gray with the Mercer County Tourist Commission, and we are excited for our new app, Visit Mercer County KY. Head on over to the App Store, type in Visit Mercer County KY. You should see the new city logo with the navy background and the white H. Home screen here has attractions, food and drink, lodging, to-do, events, my plan, login, notifications, and tutorials. We are excited about the app, and whether you're a local or a visitor, we hope this enhances your experience when you come to Mercer County.
As the cornerstone of a free society, the Mercer County Public Library serves the entire community as a center that meets learning and recreational needs through quality materials and service in an atmosphere that's welcoming and respectful. The Mercer County Public Library offers a variety of free materials and services, such as books, magazines, CDs, DVDs, audiobooks, newspapers, computers with internet access, programs, and workshops. To be in the know, go to your Mercer County Public Library, West Lexington Street, open Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday 9 to 5, Tuesday and Thursday 9 to 7:30. Make this a September to remember at your DQ Grill and Chill. Start off with a $4 breakfast. Choose from a chicken and gravy burrito or half order of biscuits and gravy. You can choose bacon, sausage, or chicken. Each comes with a hash brown and drink. $4. You get several choices when you buy 2 for just $5. Then, for lunch or supper, enjoy the $7 meal deal. Single cheeseburger or single queso cheeseburger or 3-piece chicken strips plus order fries, drink, and sundae, all just $7. Blizzards of the month, caramel toffee cookie and pumpkin pie blizzard. DQ, we're happy. Tastes good.
Discover the power of radio. If you want your business to generate more store traffic, then you need to advertise. As a business owner, you already know that continuous store traffic is the first step towards sales increases and expanding your base of shoppers. Get the exposure you need with radio. Discover the power of radio.
Promote your business to thousands of potential customers every week. To learn more, go online to advertisecentralkentucky.com. That's advertise